morning. If you can hear me from wherever you are, let me see you raise your hand. Thank you very much. Please let's settle down. In the interest of time, we would want to kick off this program, but probably in another 1 or 2 minutes, we'll be allowing the Vice Chancellor to make his way into the conference room, and then we shall start. In the meantime, get to know your neighbor. Get to know your neighbor, at least have a name or two. Find out where they are coming from. As we do that, welcome to the Technical University of Kenya. We are the only university anywhere in Kenya who are right in the CBD, the Central Business District of this metropolis called Nairobi. So feel most welcome. I can see our choir, university choir, is here and ready to start us off. And I can also see the Vice Chancellor making his way to the room. So as soon as he settles, we'll kick off. Thank you very much. You're most welcome, Vice Chancellor and Professor P.L.O. Lumumba. All right, let's be upstanding for the national anthem led by the University Choir. Ee Mungu nguvu yetu, ilete baraka kwetu, haki iwe ngao na mlinzi, na tukae na undugu, amani na uhuru, raha tupate na ustawi. Mungu twaomba uilinde Jumuiya Afrika Mashariki, tuwezeshe kuishi kwa amani, tutimize na malengo yetu. Jumuiya yetu sote tuilinde, tuidhibike, tuimarike. Umoja wetu ni nguzo yetu, idumu jumuiya yetu. Mungu Baba muumba wa vyote, hakika zako tele twajivunia. Umbali huu umetufikisha, hakika tunakiri wewe ni Mungu wetu. Chuo chetu tunachokipenda, chuo kikuu cha ufundi Kenya, lengo lake kuboresha maisha kwa elimu na ujuzi bora. Chuo chetu tunachokipenda, chuo kikuu cha ufundi Kenya, lengo lake kuboresha maisha kwa elimu na ujuzi bora. Can we give them a round of applause as they settle down? Thank you very much, University Choir. They sang 3 anthems. Please have your seats. They sang 3 anthems, the Kenyan anthem, the East African anthem, and the university anthem. Without much ado, I want to invite Professor Suki to come and make a few remarks before we proceed with our program. Can we give her a round of applause as she is making her way here? Thank you very much. Welcome, Professor. You can use this.
Okay. Okay. Professor Engineer Benedict Mutua, DVCs, deans, directors, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, welcome. Welcome to the 4th International Technical University Kenya Exploring Visual Cultures Conference and Exhibition. This exhibition is looking specifically at exploring AI, resilience, and sustainable livelihoods in Africa. We're doing this in partnership with UNESCO and Kenya Innovation Week, which started on Monday. I think this is a time, in fact, this conference is very timely. Looking at AI, and I'll say, getting prepared for this conference, and looking at my own journey, I'll say AI is not just for the professional or the computer scientist. It's for all of us. I'd metaphorically say AI is going to be very similar to money. It's going to interweave through all our lives and create all those emotions that money does as well. So one thing I noticed is I was excited, I was amazed, but at the same time, I was scared because we're really going into uncharted waters. And how are we going to deal with them? I shouldn't be surprised with artificial intelligence because design is what has created the artificial world we live in. Everything is designed. And as Buckminster Fuller said, we build the world as a reflection of ourselves, but over time, the environments we create control our behavior. And we're right now in a time or a paradigm which Edward T. Hall would say a time of technology and innovation. And it's versus the other time, which is of nature and sacredness. Although the climate change is very clearly trying to make itself present. We're also in Kenya looking at the sustainability side of things. We're also at a time where, when I last remembered as a DVC here, 80% of Kenyans' population was under the age of 35, and most of the 85% of the post-secondary education were unemployed. I see that the education and academia has a very important role in shifting this sustainability and combining it with AI. It's a very responsible and important position, and it has implications on how we teach, how we impart, and how we do education. If we look at education, in Latin, it means educere. Excuse my pronunciation, I'm not Latin. But it means to lead out. How are we as universities and academia going to lead out? How are we going to be part of this transformation, transition, which is very important? As Professor Lumumba said earlier, we're at a time where there's a lot of possibility of change, positive change in Africa, but it depends on the direction we take it. At the same time, it's important to remember, as John Hawkins said, while creativity is a positive virtue, there's no guarantee that the outcome is positive. Creativity can be being personal, original, and meaningful to the individual, has no intrinsic moral quality. And with AI, more specifically also AGI, we have created a baby, and we are the parents. How are we going to direct this baby? I know we talk about STEM, science, technology, innovation, engineering, and mathematics, and it's very important. I do not deny that. But science is also telling us we have another brain to keep in mind, not just the one in the head, but there's the one called the heart. It has neurons, and it's the one that also influences so much more our thinking. Because if we're going to direct this AI baby, we have to look at ourselves, the human. How are we going to deal with the human? Yes, we may be teaching code, but do we need to look at the inner technology of the human being? Do we have to do, as the statement says, know thyself? Because this AI is going to be a reflection of who we are. That's the role I see it's going to play. So as we look at STEM, let us not forget A, to make it STEAM. A is the part that deals with the heart. And A also deals with the adaptive resilience that we require, not just to make it through, but be able to acknowledge our reality and to make the differences that we need to make. And A is the arts. The arts is an important part of this equation as we do this AI journey. Because how else are we going to build character? How else are we going to build ourselves to be able to give direction to this new baby, a very powerful one, that really has no intrinsic moral or ethical standing? And this is the journey. It's both exciting, but it's very scary. And we cannot afford to be asleep. We have to wake up. If you fall asleep, well, I can't speak for you. But if we wake up, there's a lot of possibilities. AI is a double-edged sword. Which way do we want to take it? Thank you. Oh, and before we finish, I would like to thank the sponsors for this, for sponsoring us for this conference. Wolverhampton University, Media Council of Kenya, NRF, Kenya, EBK, Riara, Safaricom, Naivas, HeyUA, and yes, thank you. I just want to acknowledge them and appreciate them supporting us with this conference. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much, Professor Suki. Let's give her a round of applause until she sits down. That's very nice. You know, it's very cold. We must keep ourselves warm. Just keep clapping. Keep clapping. Thank you very much. All right. I did not introduce myself because I made an assumption that I had introduced myself elsewhere. Only to get to this point, then I realized there were people who are not with us elsewhere. I'm Professor Mondi Okech. I work here at the Technical University of Kenya, and I will be leading this opening ceremony. So, ladies and gentlemen, I now welcome you to the opening ceremony, and I want to request a few persons to come and make very quick remarks, beginning with the Director, School of Creative Arts and Media Studies, Dr. Bosire. Please make your way. The Executive Dean, Faculty of Applied Sciences and Technology, please, you will be following. Then the Executive Dean, Faculty of Engineering, please be ready. Dr. welcome.
Thank you so much. Our Vice Chancellor, Deputy Vice Chancellor, and our guests, thank you so much for coming today. We are the host school, that is School of Creative Arts and Media, and we welcome you. I don't have many remarks to make because our Vice Chancellor is here today. It is your day to open this conference, but us as a school, we welcome you all and thank you for coming. Welcome.
Thank you, Dr. Bosire. Professor Maina Matu, the Executive Dean, please come over.
Good morning, Vice Chancellor, Deputy Vice Chancellors, distinguished guests. Welcome to the Technical University of Kenya, and welcome to the Faculty of Social Sciences and Technology, which is hosting this workshop We are grateful that all of you turned up, and we feel humbled and touched. I think this is a very important conference for our country and for our university. I think AI has been happening all around us, but we want to pretend like the proverbial ostrich and we bury our head in the sand like there is nothing that is happening. This is what is current. If we don't keep pace with it, then we shall be left behind. And I don't know what we shall be referred to. So welcome to the conference. I'm happy. Thank you very much.
Right to you. As he's making his way down back to his seat, could we welcome Professor Maende, the Executive Dean, Faculty of Engineering and Built Environment. Please let's clap for him as he's coming. Let's encourage him. He has a lot of wisdom. Welcome.
Thank you very much. Our Vice Chancellor, Deputy Vice Chancellor, all the guests that are here today. It's interesting that you get invited to come to a conference. The next thing you find is that they're asking you to address the congregation. Yeah. So anyway, I'm the Executive Dean of the Faculty of Engineering and the Built Environment, which is the sister faculty to the host, and therefore I'm also, I would say, I'm a co-host for that particular sense. And AI is very much in our actual domain, in the engineering sector. So when I saw it, I thought, shouldn't it be the Faculty of Engineering which is hosting this, or the Faculty of Social Science? But as it is, and as somebody said, it is now what is current and is affecting all of us. I'm looking forward to a very good interaction. In a conference, we always share a lot of experiences, and I believe this is going to be very, very useful, very fruitful, and very educative to all of us. Otherwise, all I would like to say, welcome, and in spite of the weather that we're having out there, I can see a lot of bright faces, and I believe we'll have a good time. Thank you very much, and enjoy ourselves.
Thank you. And thank you for clapping. I can see you are very good students. If you check the program, there are a couple of members whom we thought would have been here, but they will join us at some point. And therefore, I now move to invite the Deputy Vice Chancellor in charge of Research and Technology Development, Professor Alfred Orina. Let's clap for him as he's making his way.
Yeah, thanks very much, Professor Mondi Okech. Good morning, distinguished guests, honored participants, ladies and gentlemen. It is with a great pleasure and gratitude that I welcome you to all to the official opening of the 4th Technical University of Kenya International Conference. Today, we gather under the visionary theme of AI, media innovations, applications, visual culture, challenges, and future trends, a theme that resonates profoundly in our modern world where artificial intelligence continues to reshape every facet of our society. This conference, organized in collaboration with Exploring Visual Culture, the Kenya National Innovation Agency, NATCOM, UNESCO, represents a significant milestone in our ongoing journey to explore and harness the transformative power of AI. It is a platform where diverse minds, researchers, practitioners, policymakers, artists, students, and industry leaders converge to deliberate, innovate, and inspire. The conversations we are about to engage in over the next few days are not merely academic or theoretical. They are deeply practical and relevant, addressing real-world challenges and opportunities in areas such as education, healthcare, media, arts, and environmental sustainability. This event highlights the multidimensional role of AI, from driving technological advancements to enriching our culture, creativity, and expressions. AI stands at the crossroads of possibility and responsibility. As we leverage its power to solve complex problems and unlock new opportunities, we must remain conscious of the ethical and societal challenges it brings. Inclusivity, equity, and sustainability must be at the heart of our AI-driven innovations to ensure that no one is left behind in this digital revolution. This year's conference embraces the idea of breaking down silos. The sub-themes ranging from AI in education to its role in environmental sustainability reflect the interdisciplinary nature of this event. Our commitment is to foster dialogue that bridges the gap across disciplines, industries, and cultures, propelling us towards solutions that are both innovative and inclusive. As a university, Technical University of Kenya takes immense pride in hosting this esteemed gathering. It aligns with our missions to drive research, innovation, and technology development that are addressing pressing societal issues. We are thrilled to witness the vibrant exchange of the ideas and knowledge that will emerge from this event. To the students and the young innovators participating, let this conference be a source of inspiration. Your creativity and boldness are essential to shaping a future where technology AI serves humanity's best interests. Thank you, and I wish you all a productive and enlightening conference, as I now invite the Vice Chancellor, the Technical University of Kenya, Professor Benedict Mutua, to officially open it. Okay. That's okay. All right. So I've been informed that there's a slight change to the schedule of events. The VC will speak later on. But I want to appreciate all of you and welcome you to the Technical University of Kenya. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you. Thank you very much. You are forgetting good students continue following instructions until he sits down. Thank you very much. All right, and sorry for that hiccup. What we will do, we want to reorganize the program a little. I know the Vice Chancellor should have been speaking at this moment, but I would want to ask the Vice Chancellor to just stay put, and then we invite Dr. Avi to come over and make her remarks. Dr. Avi is actually the chair of Exploring Visual Cultures, and she is actually a co-host to this conference. Welcome.
You would have noticed that in this row of men, women have made their input as well. Good morning to the Vice Chancellor, Deputy Vice Chancellor, all delegates of seniority, all protocol observed, ladies and gentlemen. I say thank you to TUK for hosting the Exploring Visual Culture project. I say thank you to UNESCO partnering with us, and thank you to the Innovation Week. These are very powerful partners because it is about how we all work together, strengthening knowledge creation, knowledge investment, not only in ourselves, but in businesses and in our students. Our association with the Innovation Week is imperative because it establishes us as a network of educators who are cutting edge. As cutting-edge individuals, we are not only from Europe or the Western regions, Africa, and we anchor ourselves within this establishment of the Innovation Week, which means that we are as powerful as everyone else. TUK is really a powerhouse of knowledge because it has brought together academics and individuals from the US, from the UK, from Germany, South Africa, Nigeria, Ghana, etc., meaning that the network of educators are strengthened, not only between our institutions, but between countries and continents. More importantly, it takes Africa forward. The most important thing about EVC is not only about a network of educators, but our association with our students, because that is our powerhouse as EVC. And we will always associate an exhibition of student work with an EVC conference. And this is important to us because that exhibition is a platform for their vision, their voice, their place, and it is our future EVC. TUK is not new to EVC. We were here in 2022, which means TUK has anchored EVC before. We are here when we prepared for Documenta 15. We are also here when we launched our first book on visual cultures from Africa. And of course, we are going to launch 4 more this week. So you will realize that apart from us as academics working and slogging in the classrooms, in the trenches as we call it, we also work outside in terms of promoting what we have to say as educators. I would like to say thank you also for hosting us as a network across countries, and more importantly to Dr. Marie-Claire, who has facilitated this particular project. Without your leadership and facilitation, this would not have happened. So please, let us thank her. And also to our secretary, Dr. Ernst Wagner, one of the founding members of EVC, who has also been an anchor and a pillar to managing and assisting Marie-Claire. Thank you, Ernst. In all of these, I would like to conclude by saying, I would like to quote just something that Achille Mbembe said a long time ago. And he said, people of the North and people of the South live at the same time, but differently. And I think this particular conference is going to show what differently means, what similarity means, but more importantly, it will show us different ways of living. For me, this particular conference is more than a conference. It's about how we as people get together from across the world to embrace ourselves as educators, not only in the classroom, but persons who actually generate knowledge, who are reservoirs of knowledge, and we are able to share that with each other. In this way, we strengthen ourselves as individuals, as institutions, as countries and continents. And Africa is being recognized as a powerful institution of all of that, not just our minerals, but in terms of how we negotiate and promote ourselves in terms of the knowledge we had, which has been erased and which has been subdued, and we are creating platforms for ourselves through EVC and through particular institutions to actually manifest those pockets of knowledge that are so important to share with the world. With that, I thank you.
I'm watching. Thank you. Thank you very much. Now we want to welcome the CEO NATCOM UNESCO, Dr. George Eshiamota, to come and make remarks. They are also part of the co-hosts for this conference. Please clap for him as he's coming.
Thank you, MC. Perhaps let me just clarify that I'm not the CEO. I wish I was one, but perhaps he's on the way coming. Hope so? Okay. So thanks also for changing the program, because I was seated there and I was fidgeting. You know, speaking after your senior, you know, the VC is my senior. Is somebody that I've sat under his feet for mentorship and also as a colleague when I used to teach at the university. So when I was looking at the program and I was like, how do I speak after my senior? And I was really feeling uneasy, because that is tantamount to insubordination. So I'm happy that has been changed, and I'm here to represent my CEO, Dr. James Njogu, who is the CEO for the Kenya National Commission for UNESCO. Kenya National Commission for UNESCO is a partner in this event as part of the people who are working together with the TUC to be able to have this event. So I think I have a singular role, and my singular role is just to read a speech that I've been asked to read by my CEO, and I will go forward and then read. The Vice Chancellor, the Deputy Vice Chancellors, Directors, Deans of Faculties, Heads of Departments, members of the faculty, students, distinguished keynote speakers and panelists, delegates, ladies and gentlemen. It gives me great pleasure to give my remarks during this very important gathering, the 4th International Technical University of Kenya Conference, whose theme is exploring visual cultures and, of course, coming along with the exhibition. I note that this interdisciplinary event brings together a diverse group of organizations, professionals, researchers, scholars, AI enthusiasts, industry practitioners, evaluators, policymakers, representatives of various organizations, civil society, development partner, but I think even more importantly is the fact that we also have students in our midst. Let's clap for our students. I take this earliest opportunity to welcome and appreciate all of you for your commitment to this event. Your presence here today is a testimony of this commitment. I also want to thank the Technical University of Kenya for organizing such a forum and having the Kenya National Commission for UNESCO as a partner. For those who are not conversant with UNESCO, for those who are not conversant with the Kenya National Commission for UNESCO, maybe just some clarification that we have a difference between Kenya National Commission for UNESCO and the Kenya National and UNESCO regional office that is hosted here in Nairobi. The Kenya National Commission for UNESCO is a state corporation established in 2013. Of course, it previously existed as a department in the Ministry of Education, but through an act of parliament, the Kenya National Commission for UNESCO Act 2013, it became an autonomous agency, a state corporation under the Ministry of Education. The NATCOM UNESCO, the role of NATCOM UNESCO is liaison between UNESCO and between government and UNESCO. So when you're working, most of our programs are, of course, consistent with UNESCO areas of competency, and this is, of course, education, natural sciences, social and human sciences, culture, and, of course, communication and information. But in the context of this conference, and, of course, looking at the theme, and looking at visual cultures, I think we're very keen to see how visual cultures can contribute to peace. Because if you look at our mission is, of course, promoting the building of peace, sustainable development, and intellectual collaboration through UNESCO's main areas of competency, which I've just mentioned. And so when you're looking at the theme, it will be very interesting to see how this contributes to peace. But I think more importantly, how this contributes to sustainable development. And many other times we've looked at visual cultures and creative industries, and we just look at them as entertainment. Yet we should be looking at them in terms of how they can be able to contribute to sustainable development, job creation, intellectual dialogue, and any other sustainable development goals. If you're looking at the 17 sustainable development goals, we may even be asking ourselves, when we're looking at the theme of this conference, how does it align to all the sustainable development goals? Because we are being challenged that in everything we do, we should think about how it's contributing to sustainable development. But I'm happy because if you look at our mission, it's also about how all this contributes to intellectual collaboration. And looking at the audience this morning, I'm looking at scholars, I'm looking at students, I'm looking at researchers, I'm looking at opinion leaders. And when I see around and I see somebody like Professor Lumumba, I say, wow, we're in the right place. Because we are going to discuss, we are going to interact, we are going to dialogue, and through that, we believe that through that we are going to make our world a better place. Artificial intelligence is profoundly shaping creative industries and visual cultures by transforming artistic processes, by refining audience engagement, and by opening new possibilities for innovation. AI is no longer just a tool for efficiency, but it is a collaborator in the creative process. It empowers artists, it empowers designers, it empowers all people involved in cultural production. And of course, by doing that, it's also able to enhance creativity, it's able to enhance production, and the entire chain. But when you're looking at the conference that we are having, I also believe that it's going to promote collaborations. It's going to promote, provide avenues for collaborations that go beyond this conference. And I believe that even at the end of the conference, it will be possible for people to partner in programs, to partner in projects, to partner in exchange of ideas on how we can be able to make this world a better place. But I think more importantly is how can we, in the discussions that we are going to be having the next 3 days, how can some of these discussions be useful in reshaping our curriculum? And I'm saying this because I'm addressing members of the faculty. I'm saying this because I'm also addressing administrators of our universities. And when we're looking at AI, how does the curriculum that we have today, how is it able to help us build the capacity, build the skills that we need for the jobs of the future? But I think more importantly is also how can the discussion that you're going to have today help us advance entrepreneurship? Because visual cultures and creative industries is about entrepreneurship. It's about job creation. It's about putting food on the tables of people. And so we are being challenged that even as we discuss, we need to see how do we help, for example, these students that are in our midst today be entrepreneurs by using AI and using creative industries to create jobs not just for themselves, but also creating jobs for other people. But I think as I end, perhaps some of the thought-provoking questions that I would want to pose just before I sit would be, for example, how does AI redefine the concept of creativity? Where does human agency fit in AI-driven creative processes? Because sometimes when you hear about AI, we think AI is going to replace our own creative thinking, but AI is just going to be a tool that we are going to use to transform better how we think, how we create, how we innovate. But of course, when you're also looking at AI, the other question would be, how is it going to promote collaboration and synergy? How is it going to promote multidisciplinarity? And I like, because earlier there was a mention by Professor Suki about it previously thinking in silos. But if I look at the audience today, I imagine that we have delegates, I imagine that we have participants from all disciplines. And I believe that in the discussions that you're going to be having in the next 3 days, it's a discussion that will bring us together from the various disciplines and see how we can be able to work together to make this world a better place. But I think more importantly, what is the role of policy and governance? Is the policy and governance framework that we have serving us, when you're looking at AI, and when you're looking at visual cultures, when you're looking at creative industries, if they're not serving us, then I believe this will also be a very good platform whereby the discussion that you're going to be having today or in the next 3 days will help us be able to help us relook at our policy frameworks and see how can our policy frameworks be able to help us deliver our aspirations when we're looking at the jobs of the future. And I'm saying this because I know we are in the 4th industrial revolution. The 5th industrial revolution is not very far. And we have therefore to be looking at how do we leverage on the opportunities that these industrial revolutions are bringing for us. I think as I finish, I want to say that AI is increasingly becoming integrated into all elements of our lives. How can we ensure that it enhances rather than diminishing the role of human creativity and cultural diversity? And by the way, how can it even also promote cultural diversity? Because when you're looking at our cultures, some of our cultures are disappearing. And we are endeavoring, for example, the Kenya National Commission of UNESCO, we're looking at some cultures that are almost becoming extinct. How can AI and visual cultures and creative industries help us to promote, to preserve some of these cultures? I know some of the cultures may be retrogressive, but I also believe in the power of traditional knowledges that we need to escalate, perhaps improve a bit, and continue using in our way of life. The relationship between AI and human creativity should be seen as a collaborative rather than competitive. While AI can mimic and enhance the human touch, it's important that AI remains, that the human touch and intuition remains irreplaceable in shaping visual cultures and creative industries. I believe that this conference provides a platform to delve into some of these questions, to spur critical intellectual engagement and dialogue, foster a better understanding of AI and its transformative role in visual cultures and creative industries. I wish you a very productive 3 days of engagement and hope that at the end we shall have a document that guides government policymakers, that guides our artists, that guides our students, that guides our researchers, and all the stakeholders that are involved in this landscape. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much. That was a very, very serious pace setter. I thought it had begun, but that means we are now moving to another level. I know my job is coming to an end, and I want to thank you at this very moment, because once I call the next speaker, I will sit down and you will not hear of me again until other sessions to come. At this moment now, I want to invite the Vice-Chancellor, Professor Dr. Engineer Benedict Mutua, who is the Vice-Chancellor, Technical University of Kenya, to make his remarks, officially open this conference, and of course graciously welcome our first keynote speaker, because I'm not coming back here. Let's give him a clap as he's coming to the stage. Thank you very much, and welcome, Professor.
Thank you very much, Professor Monti. And the speakers who are ahead of me. In fact, it's true. You've set the pace very high, but I'll try. But just before I say something, there's something that came to my mind about the culture. And those who are in Africa, there's something I was thinking about, that when you look at the traditional cultures, and the knowledge that was there that is being lost. Maybe our colleagues from the Western might not know this. Traditionally, we used to have some cooking pots, and we were using 3 stones, and the pot was made out of clay. and the shape of the pot was parabolic. And when I tried to think about it, I saw a lot of thermodynamics in what those old people used to think about. In the modern world, we use the normal pots that are cylindrical. But the traditional one was a parabolic at the bottom, and as you move towards the end, it was restricted. And I tried to do an experiment using the traditional pot and the normal pots that we have. And I was preparing a very nice meal where we mix maize and beans. And I was looking at the uniformity of how they were cooked. And I was surprised when I looked at what came out of the traditional pots and what we call the modern. And the reason was that these old people knew a lot of thermodynamics that we've lost. What happened was, as the water boils from the bottom, it will move in a cylindrical motion, and as it comes towards the end, that is restricted, it will flow back. And that meant the substance would be heated, top, middle, and the bottom. But the question is, why did we discard that? Then number two, the three stones, those are from the engineering, and triangular shape is the most stable that we have. I tried to have 4 stones to place the same parabolic pot, and I found that the pot was not stable. We lost that. I tried to test that with the AI. The results were horrible. Let me come back. So, our keynote speakers, our distinguished guests, esteemed delegates, our sponsors, I'll not name them because Professor Suki has really elaborated on them. But I want to recognize the organizers. We have several committees that have put a lot of work, both for the conference and the exhibition, which is a very unique way of a forum where you have a conference and at the same time you have an exhibition. Ladies and gentlemen, it is a great honor and immense pleasure that I stand before you today as we go through this 4th international conference that is co-hosted by the Technical University of Kenya, EBC, and other partners. This year, we gather under the very unifying theme, which was well thought of: the artificial intelligence, media innovation, applications, VC, and future trends is a theme that was well thought. Ladies and gentlemen, I would like first to extend special welcome to our keynote speakers. And please, if I don't mention you, don't say that a bit of discrimination. No, I just want to mention a few of the speakers that we have. We have Professor Benjamin Yorison, whom I've been told he may do it online or virtually. We have Professor Pielo Lumumba who will be giving his keynote speech. We have Professor Maraji Vij J. Ready, if I don't pronounce your name, please, well, excuse me. Dr. Ronnie, Engineer Wilfriend, Mark Davis, Professor Suki, who has already given some introductory speech, Dr. Charity, Mr. Darren, Rhea, Engineer Margaret, and many other speakers. I also want to appreciate Dr. George, who has represented the CEO, NATCOM. Dr. George, we've worked a long way with him, and we are happy that you are here. I want also to appreciate my colleagues who are here, the DVC, the executive deans, our students, because we can see the future trends when they are there. Thank you very much, Professor Okech, for taking us through the first session. I also want to take this opportunity, ladies and gentlemen, to recognize the incredible dedication and hard work of all the organizers and partners who have made this event possible. Your tireless efforts in planning and coordinating this conference have not gone unnoticed. Sometimes we do forget. There's a lot of work that has gone behind the scenes. So every person who was involved in any part of this conference and exhibition kindly feel appreciated. A heartfelt thank you to the Exploring Visual Cultures for your collaboration in this endeavor, as well as to our sponsors whom have said that Professor Suki has given acknowledgement for your generous support. There are some we may not mention, but we know we have so many that have come forth as a person or as a group. Furthermore, I would also want to acknowledge the presence of government agencies that are present. You are welcome. Ladies and gentlemen, let's go to the topic of the day. This conference serves as a platform for scholars, industry experts, and practitioners to share insights, research findings, and innovative practices. And we mentioned in the morning when we had a small group, we said we are looking forward to output from research that is impactful, that is touching lives across the world. As we explore the intersections of AI, media, visual cultures, we must also confront the challenges that accompany these technologies. And technology that comes, ladies and gentlemen, always has some challenges, but I think we always make opportunities out of these challenges. So our discussions over the next few days will be crucial in shaping the future landscape in these particular fields that may be brought about because of the technologies. Ladies and gentlemen, you know that technology, culture, and creativity have never been more intertwined than it is today, and I think more as we move forward. And at this time, it is forming the heart of this intersection that this particular conference exhibition will attempt, and I'm saying will attempt because it's a complexity to address. I hope we'll be able to do it, but I think we'll try to attempt because of the complexity. AI, as majority of the speakers, has been used, in fact, for many years, but for the last few years, it has come forth. And we are finding that it is influencing so many spans of our lives. It has been condemned by a number of people, but I think people say if you don't embrace the change will change you. I know when it came to universities, professors were a bit scared because we are saying the students will just be using the AI to do their assignments. But I think what is important is to come up with ethical policies on how to utilize it effectively and efficiently. For engineers, we like using the word efficiency rather than the effectiveness. Because someone told me you can be effective, but what you want to achieve can take 5 years, you still achieve the goal. But if you focus on the efficiency, to look at the resources and the time. So we want to look at it, how do we use it efficiently and of course effectively? Innovation in AI-driven media application, for instance, is changing how stories are told and heard. The other day I was watching some news from one of the channels. In fact, there were no live presenters. The news were being presented by robots, and I still could feel that there was something that was missing because that human aspect was not there. Although the person presented, but what happened was there was a power surge. And the person was just left, the one who was presenting, was just left looking. But I'm saying if it was a person, would say, I'm sorry, we'll get back to you when the power is back. But it continued. From the personalized communication, generative content is changing so fast. In fact, the other day, we were looking at the researchers, those who are writing theses, and you know, mostly in the traditional way, if you wanted to check plagiarisms, we'll use some softwares. But with AI now, they can circumvent that. But now the students are also becoming more intelligent because they know if you test whether that work was done, generated using the AI, You can see it is so perfect. Now they have generated another one that creates mistakes. So that when you read it, you find, yes, this one was not AI generated. So professors who are here, our students are ahead of us. We had a case from a living example. I do teach some students, international students, and we are designing an underground bridge in the seas. And one of our very nice students, a young student from Korea, came up with a very interesting design, purely based on AI. But we said, can we just do a small model and test how it comes out? To our surprise, it was only 48% effective. But if you are to mark it, theoretically, if you could give more than 100%, you do that. So ladies and gentlemen, throughout this conference, we'll hear from leading experts, innovators, artists, and thinkers whose work illuminates the challenges and potentials of technologies. Cultural challenges, as my colleagues have said, remain at the core of our dialogue. Because if we left that out, I think we are missing the point. And the pace of innovation and often outstrips the pace of regulation and cultural adaptation. And I think I would speak about that regulation. That's what I'm saying, because of the speed at which technology is changing, especially at the universities, if we don't move with speed, you find the technologies that are being used are not in line with the policies that you have. And I think it also goes even to the governments and also administrators, because you may be focusing on policies that were made many years ago, but things have changed. And that's what I'm saying, like now, when you are in class, our times, and maybe Professor Lumumba's time, a lecturer will have a textbook. He or she was the only person who knew the next topic. When you give the course outline, where the professor will put a full stop, you'll wait. But I'm telling you, nowadays, you give a course outline for 15 weeks. By the time you are doing the introduction, some students have completed the course. And when you are talking, they're even wondering, why is this professor taking me back the first week when I'm in week 15? So, colleagues, I want to challenge you. Last night, I had a very interesting experience with my students. And I was asking them about, now, we are talking about the planet Earth. Now, when we start doing other planets in terms of what is happening, what would be the difference? And one of the students told me, Prof, are you still on planet Earth? I was taken aback, and the young person was trying to explain how those guys who are going to the space, nowadays they can go and come back at the same day, on the same day. And I'm still waiting to see that. They gave the example, and I'm sure you heard about the story yesterday, where a plane left with no pilot, controlled, but when it was midway, there was a change. But in the system of the AI, they forgot to factor in that. But luckily, this plane went and landed somewhere. Of course, it's a case under investigation. So as we look at the AI, cultural change, I think what is important is what I can call the ethical minefield. Is a minefield that we really need to say, how do we work as a campaign around it? As innovators, leaders, and members of the global community, we carry a tremendous responsibility. We must not merely create this for the sake of creation and innovation, but we need to think about the human in the AI. And I'm happy that we said that, yes, we can have all this done, but how do we bring the human factor in? And it's true what Professor Suki has said. We talk much about the STEM, but we forget about the STEAM. And for AI, it's not just focused about the STEM, but it's both on the STEAM. I've been told there's another acronym that has come after STEM. I think things have become so dynamic. So this conference will be a space to share breakthroughs, discuss challenges, and collaborate on practical solutions. And I think to me that will be more important, that we can sit together, look at what we have, what is there, and what is coming very fast. Somebody told me we used to say that yesterday informs today, today informs tomorrow. But they are saying things are very fast now. If now we wait for tomorrow to be informed by today, we'll miss it out. But remember, that was a concept. That yesterday informed today, today to inform tomorrow. But now when we say tomorrow will not be informed by today, now the question is, who is going to inform tomorrow? That's a challenge for all of us as we continue to meet today. I want to say that I have some few questions maybe we may need to ask, and some of them were asked by Dr. George. The convergence of AI and visual ventures allows us to see beyond traditional boundaries. But the question that I have is, what narrative do we prioritize? Who controls our experiences? And how do we ensure representation is fair, respectful, and empowering? A tough question. The other one is, as we develop new tools, we must also ask these very specific questions. Are we empowering communities, or we are unconsciously creating new barriers? Are we leveraging innovation to foster a culture of respect and equity, or are we risking the erosion of our collective norms? I think the word I have is the norms. And when I listened to the news that were done by those two robotics, I said, I think, yes, technology is very good and we cannot do without it, but where is the human factor? I think that's a question we need to ask. And I was told, when you look at the generation that we have, you get visitors who have come to see you. But after everyone says hi, hi, we all bent down. What do we get into? Our mobile phones. And you saw the case just here in Nairobi, where a lady was walking with her baby, but she's on phone. Somebody snatches the baby, and she's still holding the baby virtually, but she's still on the phone. We are losing it out. And very interesting story. Again, yesterday I had so many things in the class. This was now a student from Japan. And I just asked, and by the way, how often do you go to visit your parents? I said, but we can communicate through the mobile phone, WhatsApp, and all that. That's enough. Professor, that means now we are losing out the human factor. And I'm sure some of the parents here, that is going on. Just call, WhatsApp, and it's done. But there's something that is coming out, and that's we are losing out the norms and the values in the cultures that we have. And I hope as we continue this conference, we'll be discussing about this. I don't want to take much of your time, colleagues. I want to say this as I conclude, that we need to sit together as we go through the few days that we have and ask those questions and say, where is the future? If it cannot be informed by today, that's a question that has worried me, because I thought it was by convention. You know, engineers work with the logics. So when I was moving from yesterday to today, then I got to tomorrow, but I'm told no, tomorrow is no longer informed by today. The question is, how do I get to know about tomorrow? So in conclusion, ladies and gentlemen, let us embrace the spirit of inquiry, innovation as we delve into the fascinating realm of artificial intelligence, media innovation, applications, virtual and visual ventures, and cultural challenges. I think the last ones are my words. I wish you all a fruitful and inspiring conference, and with your permission, allow me to declare this conference officially opened. As I request that we stand, I'm sure we've sat for long. Let's just stand. I know it's cold. You can stretch your, now use any means that you know to stretch yourself. I don't want to use, now we are very directed by artificial intelligence. So just stretch yourself. You can go this side, this side. So thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, you can take your seat. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Now, thank you. We can take our seat. Allow me at this particular time to welcome one of our keynote speakers. Is somebody that we know, and I was told nowadays you don't give the history of somebody, but what you do is you listen to the person, and then you can draw your own profile. Things I think are changing so fast. I was told what you do is just introduce the name, don't say much about the person. Let the person speak. I'm sure you can write a profile about me, the mistakes that I make and all that, but you just take what is right. So with this, can I humbly request our first keynote speaker, Professor Pielo Lumumba, to come and give his speech. Karibu, Prof.
Thank you very much, Vice Chancellor, and thank you, the academics who are here present from within the Republic of Kenya and from without the Republic of Kenya. Your program will indicate that I was supposed to speak on a subject, but I've been asked to speak now. So you will get my full-blooded paper, which will be circulated to you. But when I was asked to speak first, I asked myself what it is that I should say. And I was walking this morning, and it was raining. And many things came to my mind as I thought about the subject which will preoccupy you for the next 3 days, the subject of visual cultures and the subject of artificial intelligence. And I thought about the world that we live in today, and my mind took me to a letter that I read many years as a young man. Is a letter that was written on the 23rd day of July, the year 1939, by Mahatma Gandhi to Adolf Hitler. And this is what the letter says in part. I've been asked by my friends for a long time to write to you, but I've been reluctant to write to you. But I write to you now, knowing as I do that you are the only person in the world who can save the world from war and destruction and her return to the days of savagery. Allow and permit me and excuse my impertinence. I'm writing to you as one who has believed that there is nothing that justifies the use of violence to achieve any object. And I say this to you as a person who has chosen the path of non-violence, not without many difficulties and failures, but I prefer it. Forgive me if you can. On the first day of September 1939, Germany invaded Poland, and for 4 years almost the world was reduced to rubble, and all the good things that had been created were destroyed. Why do I think that that letter was important? It was important because the human being is capable of great good, and the human being is also capable of great evil. And the history of man is replete with great evil. I want to imagine that when the atom was split for the first time, the imagination was that the atom would only be used for good. But a few years later in Nagasaki and Hiroshima, the world in her stupidity saw the destruction of populations, and the impact of the split of the atom still lives with the Japanese today. It is equally true that nuclear energy has been used for good, and the world is the richer for it. When the Chernobyl nuclear facility malfunctioned, Eastern Europe will tell you how it affected them. I say all this because as we talk about visual arts, as we talk about artificial intelligence, it must be situated in the real world. The real world is today a world where in the Middle East, human beings are bombing each other on a daily basis, using the fruits of their intellect, because that is what the missiles and the bombs are, fruits of our intellect and creativity. We are seeing in that part of the world the art, the sculptures that were conceived by man and preserved over the years in the Bekaa Valley in Lebanon being destroyed by missiles controlled remotely from Israel. We are also seeing the same happening through missiles deployed from Gaza and from Lebanon. Human beings are capable of great good and capable of great evil. Between Russia and Ukraine, we also see the daily test of intercontinental ballistic missiles and the drones. The same drones that are used to deliver bombs that kill are the same drones that are used to deliver medicine in Rwanda and in other parts of the world. Human beings are capable of great good and great evil. So as we gather here today, we must be alive to that reality. As we tell ourselves is that the first industrial revolution, the second industrial revolution, the third industrial revolution are consigned to the museums of history. It is not true. Because if today you are to visit Sudan, where there is a conflict, they have bombed themselves into savagery, so that even the dividends of the first industrial revolution no longer exist. Those of you from Cameroon will know that in southern Cameroon, the conflict has denied young people the opportunity to attend school for the last 3 years. They do not know about artificial intelligence. They do not know about visual cultures. They are down there. Those of us who are familiar with Eastern Congo, they do not have electricity. They are unaware of the visual arts in real terms because there is no opportunity to be creative. What they are trying to do is to survive. That is the world in which we live. And it is important that we are sensitive to that reality so that we do not think that our bubble represents the real world. Our bubble is not the real world. my good friends from Nigeria, from Katsina, will tell you that when you are driving the road to Katsina to Abuja, what you are worried about is being kidnapped. Artificial intelligence and cultures, visual cultures, are not given the room and the opportunity to incubate. I was thinking about this continent of Africa, which is a continent that has suffered humiliation and domination, and most of whose component countries created in 1884 regained independence with Ghana in 1957. Some will say Sudan was first in 1956. And I reminded myself that when her leaders gathered in Addis Ababa, Ethiopia in 1963 between 22nd and 25th days of May, they grappled with all these things. How do we grow as a post-colonial state? How do we take advantage of the technologies over the years? Between 1963 and to date, the African continent has given herself promises. If you investigate, we have had 73 agreements between the OAU and the AU, most of which are honored in breach. We have had 16 thematic annual dedications of what we are going to do every year, including the silencing of the guns, including equality of men and women, including agriculture, including freeing the airwaves, including dedicating 15% of our budget to health, including dedicating 1.5% to research and development. But yet, as I speak to you yesterday, there was no power in Zambia for 17 hours. Reality. Yet as I speak today in Nairobi, Kenya, it rains for 2 hours. And our roads turn into rivers, notwithstanding that we have produced civil engineers in the thousands over the years. So as we are gathered here today and we are talking about visual arts and culture, we must ask ourselves uncomfortable questions, particularly in the continent of Africa. Our continent is still a continent that is dominated by others. We still think that Hollywood is the true north of culture, of creativity. So that even when we name our own creative centers, we are not creative enough, we call them Nollywood. And we call them Bollywood, and we call them Bongo Wood, and we call them Riverwood. We must have a wood because there was Hollywood. That is how dominated we are, that even our creativity is deadened. It is in that space that we are. So today, as we gather and as we exhibit in the continent of Africa, we cannot but say that culture is the mother's milk of sustainable development. It cannot be denied. Throughout the ages, it is culture. Whether you are of the African tradition, we pride ourselves of the expressions when we talk about Egypt and we talk about the pyramids in Egypt, we talk about the pyramids in Sudan. we talk about the underground churches of Lalibela in Ethiopia, when we talk about the walls of Benin and those of Monomotapa in modern-day Zimbabwe, we are talking about people's ability to express themselves. When you go to Europe and they marvel at the paintings of Michelangelo or Van Gogh or Leonardo da Vinci, we are talking about the arts. But we are also aware that human creativity is dynamic, and that one cannot, as Professor Suki so correctly said, live in a silo. There must be cross-pollination and cross-fertilization of ideas. But we must always ask ourselves whether the interactions that particularly the continent of Africa has with other civilizations is symbiotic or parasitic. On the basis of the evidence that there is, it has been parasitic rather than symbiotic. You know, I was reading a book which I commend to you, written by the South Korean Ha-Jun Chang, The Bad Samaritan. And in that book, he makes reference to a famous Roman philosopher, Marcus Tullius Cicero, sometimes in English pronounced as Cicero, but properly in Latin as Cicero. And Cicero said that if we do not take advantage of what history taught us in the quest of that which is modern, then we remain children forever, because it is upon history that we teach ourselves what we must do and the mistakes that we must not repeat. So we are gathered here to talk about visual cultures. And it is not lost on me that it is rendered in the plural, cultures, rather than culture, which is in itself an appreciation of the differentiation and the diversity of cultures. In Africa, sometimes when we talk about Africa, we are inclined to talk about Africa as if she was homogeneous. She is not. She is the most diverse on earth. So that when you are listening to Nyanka Bell singing in Bambara and singing the song Iwa Sado, it is so very different from Baraka Mwinshe Mwaruka singing Shida in Kiswahili. So very different from Yvonne Chaka Chaka from the south. That is how diverse Africa is. So that when you are talking about Chaka of the Zulu, it is so very different as you are talking about Oladumare from the Yoruba people in Nigeria, as it is when you are talking about Ngugi wa Thiong'o of the Agikoyo people. That is how diverse Africa is. The good professor talked about our practical science, about cooking utensils. Before the pressure cooker, our grandmothers knew about pressure cookers. Where did it die? What are the universities in Africa doing about it in order to improve it? Are we waiting for LG and Samsung in South Korea and Ramptons from Turkey or Peugeot from France or Kohler from Germany to tell us what to do in the continent of Africa, to give meaning to Ali Mazurui's famous statement, Africa consumes what it does not produce and produces what it does not consume? These are the questions that we must ask. When we talk about the migration of cultures into the virtual space, and we pride ourselves as computer engineers, whose computers are we engineering in Africa? Many of you will remember about 4 months ago when there was computer and internet darkness in Nigeria because the Houthis had cut the underground cables in the Suez Canal. Africa did not know what to do. It happened again in East Africa. Africa did not know what to do. As we talk about artificial intelligence, are we players in that space? Are we involved? The Ethiopian Berhane has written an article which was so very graciously introduced to me by Professor Suki Mwendwa, Algorithmic Colonization of Africa, which I commend to you, written in the year 2020. Berhane tells his audience that you cannot fault science, you cannot fault artificial intelligence, but we must pause and ask, what are we consuming? Can we control what we are consuming? Particularly we who are in the continent of Africa. Because truth be told, artificial intelligence may now be marketed to the world as a product of the conceptual West and her institutions, and it may very well be. But let me ask you, haven't the Chinese appropriated it, adopted it, and adopted it? And that is why the world now looks at China with wide open eyes. Haven't the Japanese done the same? Haven't the South Koreans and the North Koreans done the same? Because they know if you do not control, you will be controlled. What are we doing in the continent of Africa? We are marveling. For how long shall we marvel? For how long shall our institutions of higher learning be centers of mimicry without innovation and creativity? These are the questions that I urge you to grapple with. Let us agonize but organize. Let us ask ourselves when we are talking about the visual cultures, what are we doing at our universities? You of the University of Pretoria and Johannesburg, are you collaborating with Technical University? Are you collaborating with Musa Omar Yaradua University in Nigeria? Beyond conferencing, beyond workshopping, are you? Are the African governments giving money in Kenya? We are just grappling with the mundane issue of remunerating lecturers. That is what we are grappling with. We are not talking about the high-level issues of funding research. So that I must uncharitably say that in many African countries, universities are no more than glorified high schools, which are progressively becoming certificate in issuing institutions without contributing much to their societies. I say this painfully because if you go to the West, the University of Aarhus in Denmark will tell you the dairy farmer in Aarhus is the better because there was a university program. The engineer is better because there was a university program. You have been here as you drive in the jungle that are the streets of Nairobi, where we have motorcycles. We call them border border. They call them Okada in Nigeria. Do you know that we have 3 million of them in this country called Kenya? None of them is made in Kenya. They are all made in China or India. That is who we are. The computers that you see here, the gadgets that you have, whether it's Apple or Samsung or any other, none of them is made in Africa except for assembly, and assembling is not production. So, when you say, I'm on Instagram, I'm on Facebook, I have 1 million followers, those can be taken out in a minute. Elon Musk can sit in Washington, D.C. and shut you in a minute. That is how vulnerable you are. In other words, because we do not control, we can be taken back to the Stone Age when the satellites are redirected. So when you say we have a Zoom meeting, Google Meets, ask yourself whether your Zoom or Google Meets or whichever medium you are using can be controlled from Nairobi, Kenya. Until very recently, our own innovation called M-Pesa had resident at its backbone technology in Germany. I'm sending M-Pesa to my mother. Yes, you may. But it's controlled at that time from Germany. I think we have now migrated. Ladies and gentlemen, that is the reality. And it is that reality that then justifies the conversation that we have today. It is a conversation that we must engage in the knowledge that fortune favors the prepared. The question that we must ask, is there a sufficient level of preparedness in the continent of Africa? My good friend from Nigeria will tell you that today, Nollywood perhaps contributes 20% to the Nigerian GDP. Started humbly. Today, it is influencing African culture in many ways. The power of imagery. What are we going to do with it? How are we going to improve it? How are we going to make it a medium that is going to benefit our young population, Africa being the youngest continent on earth? And if we are going to do it, how are we going to relate with other civilizations? We talk about the world being a global village. A global village it is, but who are we in that village? We in the continent of Africa. We may talk about sustainable development goals, but I want to submit to you that even the most basic of them, like feeding ourselves, we have not achieved. Africa still imports 85% of our food. Nigeria imports chicken from Brazil. Kenya imports fish from China. That is our state as the continent of Africa. So we must ask this question, because artificial intelligence is going to be present in agriculture. But is it going to be present in agriculture so that we lose our seeds? So that we are no longer in control of our seeds? It is present in the health sector. Is it going to be present in the health sector so that we don't control our health sector? It is present in the pharmaceutical industry. If you look at the top 10 pharmaceutical companies in the world, there is not even a single African company there. We may have our bureaus of standardization. Our bureaus of standardization are largely revenue collection agencies. If you ask them why they are putting their sticker on any vaccine called Pfizer, do they have a standard for it? They don't. By faith, they put stickers. So even in the pharmaceutical space, we are not there. And I'm suggesting that the time is now. It takes a crisis for a people to wake up. And you are the ones. You are the ones. If you fail, history will not remember you kindly. History will remember you kindly when, as the good professor said, and I think Professor Suki said, and my good friend George said, we must also remember that we must have enabling policies. Are our parliamentarians sufficiently equipped to conceive and conceptualize? And if they can't, do they have the appetite for it? It is the appetite for it. You know, about a week ago, I was watching a television called CGTN. I watch it because I want to understand how the Chinese think. Why do I want to understand how the Chinese think? Because within 30 years, the Chinese have been able to lift in real times 800 million people out of poverty. That is larger than the population of the entire sub-Saharan Africa. And I listened to their president when he was in Lima, Peru, meeting head of state and head of government after another. And I listened to them talking about COP29 and climate change, and talking about the journey of climate change from Stockholm in 1972 to Rio in 1992, through to Kyoto, through to Paris, and through to Dubai, and ultimately to Baku in Azerbaijan. And I saw him talking about China 100 years from thence, when none of them will be alive. Meanwhile, I listened to our African brethren. Oh. They were talking about the next elections, whether the election is in 2025 in Malawi, or 2026 in Uganda, or 2027 in Kenya, or 2032. That is what Africans are talking about. Then you think you can compete. Then they go to Baku, and they are saying, we want 1 trillion to be given for us for the new baby on the block called carbon credit. Who owes you? How will you enforce it even if they don't pay you? They have pledged 300 billion. If they don't pay, how do you enforce? With your Mickey Mouse armies, you will enforce? Africa must wake up. And I'm asking you as I conclude, ladies and gentlemen, that this is not a job for the faint-hearted. It is Ralph Waldo Emerson, that great essayist, who once said that if you want to make the world clean, don't complain about the dirt, sweep your front yard. It's Mother Teresa who said, if you get into a dark place, don't complain about the darkness, light a candle. Today, I'm urging you to sweep your front yard. I'm urging you to light a candle, to give meaning to this very important subject of virtual cultures, and to embrace the 4th and 5th industrial revolution. George, I am of the view that the 5th industrial revolution of things and robotics is already with us. We must not be visitors in the metaphorical Jerusalem. We must be there. We must be at the dinner table, and there are 2 ways in which you are at the dinner table. You are either a diner or you are the menu. Choose you now whom you want to be. Are you the diner or the meat to be consumed? And lastly, about ethics. You know, there is a German. The Germans are very good at creating things, and they still are. One of them was called Frankenstein. And he created a monster which we now have in the English language, the Frankenstein monster. Sometimes I fear that artificial intelligence can be in that space. So what are the ethical standards that we are going to infuse so that we do not, in a manner of speaking, surrender ourselves to artificial intelligence? Artificial intelligence and what it produces is a good servant. We must never make it a master. And we must make and have faith in ourselves. I want to conclude with this story. The story is told of a university professor who was from an African university which I will not name because it is fictitious. And there was a plane which had been made by students. And when everybody was seated and the crew were saying the usual things that they say, and they said that the weather was very bad, and everybody started moving out of the plane, and the professor was sitting there, and he told them, calm down. Don't be disturbed by the weather, I know. This plane was made by my students, and despite the best intentions of the best of the pilots, this plane will not fly. Because I know my students. I'm now suggesting to you that you should not be like that, Professor. Let us be in a space where we intervene in a manner where what we make flies, and fly they must. God bless you.
Thank you very much. It's always exciting listening to PLO tell his stories, which have a lot of lessons, and he hits reality like a hammer landing onto a piece of nail. It has gone deep. It's a big challenge. If you want to take it, you better take it, because if you don't take it, you will perish. Choose you now, as he has said, whether you want to be the diner or you want to be the menu. I want to invite all of you, starting with those seated in front here, to a photo session right on stage. So with humility, I want to request you, led by the Vice Chancellor, that you come here. I think I will be guiding how we are going to take the photos. So let's first get the first group to come, and then we should be able to advise. The photographer, what are you saying? This will have to move. I cannot move it. Can I get some hands to come on board so that they help me move this, so that we are able to get photos? Some hands, volunteers, young people, if you are there, choose you now. Young people, so that we move this. Remember who is watching. They may just say something about you on the table.
Come to make them right. I get me so ya new. To takutana oso asina.
Campfire. So Suki, Charity, please. Oh, by the way.
Is it good afternoon? Yes, it is good afternoon. Yes, this campfire chat really is a space for all of us to sort of bring out what are we looking at in terms of, and they keep on forgetting to put the AI, resilience, and sustainable livelihoods in Africa. Professor Lumumba has done a wonderful job in just really provoking whether we want to be on the table dining or whether we want to be the menu. And we tend to want to be in our heads. Can we be in our hearts a bit? Reactions, because your heart actually speaks louder than your head, by the way. And it would be nice to have that space where you're like, I'm not feeling comfortable with that. That disturbs me. And I want to ask that question. So we would really like you to engage as we also are having this campfire talk. The campfire chat also, just imagine under a tree in the rural area, having a fire at night, and you're just discussing. Unfortunately, there's too much light. If we could have made it differently, I would. And oh, I forgot to do this. I'm trying to look like an elder to sort of give the atmosphere of we're at the campfire. So here, I just want to introduce Charity. And I thought she was a good person to have at this talk. And I'm just going to use first names because I think we've already heard the last names. But Charity is the director of IBM Research Africa Labs, located in Kenya and South Africa, whose mission is to develop what's next in computing. As small as she looks, hey. So thank you, Charity. And I don't know if all of you know me. I'm a professor here. I'm a professor in design. I look at design thinking, but had a real training in a more human-centric approach to design and other matters. So that's where we're coming from. Okay, so I think the first question I want to put forward is, Charity, what's the big deal about AI?
Oh, wow. Good afternoon, everyone. And it's a pleasure to be here with you all today. What's the big deal about AI? I think the way I would answer that is maybe to give you a super brief history of AI so that you understand why today is a big deal. And I'll start by saying AI has been around for many, many years, but we like to think of really the genesis in the 50s, right? And so since the 50s to about 2 years ago, there's been lots of ups and downs in artificial intelligence. And the godfather of AI is a computer scientist who went by the name Alan Turing, and his definition of machine intelligence was using what we call the Turing test. And he was trying to describe it by when we get to a place where you cannot differentiate between a machine and a human in conversation. That would sort of be nirvana. That was in the 50s, right? So since then, of course, there were lots of demonstrations of what machines can do, but then it wasn't necessarily artificial intelligence. I use the term I prefer, machine intelligence. So over the years, it's been really a combination of things that have come together. In the past, we demonstrated its potential. There was a lot of excitement. Then we needed lots of computation, which wasn't in existence, and so people get bored. So the way I like to think about the history, it's lots of excitement, lots of what we call unrealistic or unmet expectations, a combination of the availability and non-availability of compute, data, the sophistication of algorithms. And so because of all of that, there are times where there's a lot of excitement, And so there's lots of funding that's going in the industry, and we demonstrate cool things. Other times the hype and the capabilities don't match. We go through what we call AI winters, and other times we demonstrate cool things. So I would say the coolest one that now everyone is excited about was when ChatGPT was announced, I want to say 2022. And really the excitement there has to do with the capability that we've now demonstrated. Until then, we would take data sets, train them for a very particular task, okay? And most of that would really be tabular data, maybe a bit of text. With ChatGPT or the underlying technology, what we've been able to do is now have this generative ability. So you'll hear a lot about generative AI, and I think that's why it's so pertinent for the creative field or the arts, because now it's not just a predictive capability of artificial intelligence where we look at historical data and we sort of predict what's coming next. Now we're able to generate new content. And I think that's what's exciting about it, and that's why all of a sudden there's a lot of hype and excitement, because it presents new capabilities that perhaps we didn't imagine machines would do. Yeah.
That's great. So what I'm hearing you say is there's AI, and there's this now what I'm hearing is like AGI.
Yes, so generative AI, yes. I think the definition that in the technical fields, when you talk about AGI, it's artificial general intelligence. And I think the idea in the beginning, or where we are today, is where AI is able to mimic certain tasks that humans can do, certain capabilities. That's AI, including generative AI. Then as you get to what we think about as artificial general AI, is when we are able to mimic a variety of tasks that humans can do and be just as good as humans. I don't think we are there yet. I think the scientific community generally believes we are not at artificial general intelligence. But we are starting to demonstrate certain tasks where machines will perform sometimes at the capability of a human or better than, but that's very narrowly defined tasks. So for example, you have, for everything we are able to do with ChatGPT or those kinds of large language models, you have to have trained it, okay? You have to provide the data that it's able to make the generation out of. The generation of content, it cannot generate content that there was no data. The connections the machine makes or the model makes may be new and not anticipated, and as scientists we are struggling to understand how it actually works. But at the end of the day, it's based on a data set that I have created, right? So today, your machines are not able to, there are certain connections between domains that they would not be able to do. Of course, we've talked a lot about the emotional aspects. There's still lots of capabilities that if it's not trained for it, the machine cannot do. So even the creativity space that we're talking about, it's based on the data that you provide, and then there's some level of creativity based on the data that you provide. So nowhere near where we watch movies, I think that's sort of the realm of artificial general intelligence, where you have a machine that can do a broad range of things, or super intelligence where they do things that they're way better than humans in every aspect. We are not there yet.
I think just listening to you, there's a little concern when I hear you say we're not sure how it works. And I've been sort of educating myself on all of this, and I think we all should do that. And there's a fear that, like ChatGPT and how that works, there's a fear that this AGI is almost like a runaway train, because it doesn't have a search engine. It creates from the beginning. So it can give misinformation. it can create stories, it can hallucinate. It's its nature. But it has no ethics, it has no morality. And because of that, there is a fear that this thing which we are not sure how it works, which likes to tell stories from its own interpretation of things that we have given to it, how are we going to deal with that? Or how is that developing? Because I know it's expensive. Yep.
I think that's a good question, and why it's so necessary to sort of understand when there's a new technology, to sort of understand where we are in its development. So when I think about today generative AI or large language models, one, I think it's understanding at a very high level. You don't need to get into the weeds, but just understanding how are we actually able to generate content, right? And the way I understand it is it comes from, one, the data that you provide, okay? So today, the reason why you can type something in ChatGPT and you can, as smart as that tool is, you can ask it, I think when they started, we would look and say, who's the president of Kenya? And because the data that it was trained in was until 2021 December, I think, then if you have an election in 2022, you're not going to get the right answer, right? So I think starting to understand really how do we get an output. So one, it's the data that you put in. And the challenges with data is, one, it perpetuates the biases that are inherent in the existing data, unless you do something very intentional to remove the biases in your data, right? It perpetuates the elements of fairness that exist in the data. It will be representative of the data you input. So if there's no data, for example, about Nairobi, then you don't expect that any responses you get will cover that, right? So I think it starts with that. Just understand, one, where is the data coming from? Two, when you train your models, there's certain methods in the training, and there's a lot of work that scientists have been doing and are continuing to do to understand, when I train and now I ask a question, how does that, what are the connections the algorithm makes to give me a particular answer, okay? And that's the elements that before, when we talked about trust and responsibility in AI, we would talk about something like explainability, right? So before this era of generative AI, there was a lot of conversation about explainability. How do you create models that explain to you how they arrived at the answer? With generative AI today, it's a big area of research that we're not yet have understood how to show explainability, right? Because we don't have a full understanding of how the actual generative process happens. So this is an area of research, and I think once we start to understand that, then we know it's not a tool that, in my opinion, ought to be used without humans working alongside it. It's not, in my mind, the benefits of generative AI are not where we say machines work alone. It's that they enhance what we do, and so we start to understand what are the challenges. You talked about hallucination, and it means if you want to detect a hallucinated answer, then you actually need to have an idea of what you are expecting as an output. So in my mind, I think about them as in the same way when we worked with Google and you read, you have to actually apply your mind to say, does this make sense? It's not, I don't see it as just a tool that we let do its thing and we sort of sit back. I think the goal is to augment human intelligence, not to replace human intelligence.
Suki, sorry. Yeah. Let's ask the audience if they have a question relating to ethics and morals. So are there any questions or statements that you'd like to add to the conversation relating to ethics and morals that affects AI? Anyone?
Thank you for the opportunity, Avi, and thank you, and sorry for interrupting your wonderful conversation and campfire. Something that is worrying me is the kind of the playoff between being represented by AI, which we saw at the World Cafe on Monday, where the research was generated for people at work in the USA, in Germany, in Kenya. And then based on the output, apparently the only thing people in Kenya do is do things with sticks. That's the only kind of work that there is in Kenya. And that's what AI knows about, that's what you said about the data. So the idea about representation is valid, but the problem is what is the price that you pay for that representation? Because the reason why AI knows more about America is because American citizens have had their data scraped for years, but without their consent. So are we saying, please come and scrape our data so that we can be represented? That's a very interesting a dynamic for me.
Before you answer, I have one more. Hold on.
Thank you for those clear explanations. I am looking to the landmark case, the one of Mercy Mutemi, where she's defending the 185 workers who were doing the labeling of the data. Yeah, you know the case against Meta, and I wanted to hear where you think that is going, and it's in the realm of ethics and regulation. And if you think it's landmark just for us here, that it's a David and Goliath narrative, or it's literally going to push focus on making sure that the AI doesn't, like you say, run ahead of human beings. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you very much. I'm a novice in matters AI, but I was wondering, AI, we have managed to put in data, and we need lots of it to be able to identify the pattern. Whereas the human neurons, I can come to a conclusion by looking at one datum, just one set. So already there's a big change. And then when it comes to fuzzy sets, probably that is where we could try and encode ethics. Because ethics is a question of judgment. It's a question of, is it good, is it bad? So far we have not, our algorithms don't capture that, because they are not able to. I mean, mathematical algorithm, logic algorithm. Will we get to a point where AI can understand a joke? Humor, emotion, trust. There are things that are so deeply embedded in the human faculty that we call intellect. And I notice we don't call it artificial intellect, we call it artificial intelligence. So I'm not worried about it. It's very clear that AI has limits that it will not overcome. AIG can only go so far and not further than that. But perhaps we could think of encoding, in the fuzzy set we can put in something about moral decision. Thanks.
Thank you. Okay. Wendy? Yes,
wow.
Fine.
Sorry, there's a comment.
Let's not overload, please.
Yeah.
Yes, actually, I wanted to raise my question. It was just a follow-up. It's a a provocative one, but it's good to be answered together with the questions, because mine is a very simple one, which was saying we need morals, we need ethics. And you know already we have a diversity of opinions on truth, alternative truths, and based on what's happening currently. My question was simple. Whose morals or whose ethics?
Yeah, so we respond to these 4 questions, and then we take more should we need. Thank you.
Wow. Difficult questions, and my role is actually to just share the different views. I don't think any of these have been fully answered. So let me just take a stab at it. I think your first question on representation and what that means for data, who provides it, who owns the insights. I think these are conversations that we must have as different parts of the world. And I'll say particularly in the global south, because Many of us don't own the models that are being created. We don't own the compute. And unfortunately, many times we don't have the skills. So for me, the way I think about it is AI is going to continue whether or not our data is represented, right? So I think the question that we have to ask is, how do we start to at least have some agency in the way that models are being created, in the use of those models? Because unfortunately, many of us are having to use those tools whether or not they have data from where we come from. So that's one. I think the second part is actually to ask ourselves, do we actually have a lot of data that can be used? Should we even be the ones to use it? I'll give you an example. For many, today there are many people creating models for different languages. African languages, one of the biggest problems. Why? Our languages are rich, they're diverse, but none of them are in any digital formats. So I think part of the role of the university is to start to say, hey, how do we start to participate in those kinds of conversations? Unfortunately, I don't think we're going to be able to do it on our own, so we have to work with those global communities who are particularly interested in that. The important thing is that when we sit at the table, we make sure, one, we're at the table, and we do have a perspective about how we harness benefits from that. Otherwise, someone else will be defining it. The second question was on the labeling. Suki says labeling sweatshops, so let me use her words. I think the larger discussion is actually about what is our role, right, in this big train, or however you want to think about it, and where is value, and are we capturing value? So one of the big reports last year from JP Morgan was talking about the way generative AI is going to create $7 to $10 trillion worth of increases in GDP. I said 7 to 10 trillions with a T and dollars. I can't convert that to Kenya shillings. So the big question is really, that may be the right number, but the question is, who is going to be appropriating that value? And how do we, in the global south, position ourselves to appropriate? And I think, unfortunately, we started off by what I think about in this AI ladder is the bottom of the ladder jobs, right? And truthfully, those jobs are actually going away with generative AI because there's other things we're able to do that don't require as much labeling. Labeling was needed when you were doing supervised learning. When you start to do generative unsupervised learning, the need for labeling goes down. So I think a big question for me is, how do we create skills that are actually value creating, and perhaps every part of that ladder, right? I think for me that's how I interpret that, right? Then the other question was about what does human intellect? I think you talked about, one data set versus many. I think we're pretty clear about the benefits of AI. I think sometimes our expectations are a bit too, they don't match the capabilities. So for me, the challenge for us is to understand, what is AI able to do well? How is it able to create value? How is it able to generate economic growth? And then what are things that AI is not good at today that we do not need to expect? So for me, when I think about things like trust, these are what we look to add to what AI should and can do. So for example, I think what PLO spoke about this morning is, when you look at AI as a tool, then it can be a tool for great good or great harm. What is the difference? It's about the policies that we come and talk about and institute to regulate, to assess, to mitigate, and to enforce so that those things don't happen. So I like to think about it as a discussion where we interrogate, and this is where it cannot be just technologists. We interrogate, what should we expect the AI to do so that we trust it? It should be explainable. It should be robust. It should be fair. It should not discriminate on someone based on their race, etc. And when you do that, then you require anyone building a model to make sure that, for example, they don't include data on race. They don't include data on gender, right? So that becomes a parameter that will never be used. So these are things that we, outside of the technology itself, discuss the risks, create policies and regulations, and then we hold the model creators, model users accountable for doing certain things. That's how I think about it. Yeah.
I just wanted to come in a bit on that. You were saying we need to discuss the risks, and you're talking about the data that's fed in. But one thing I'm realizing that we're not talking about when we're talking about ethics and morality is how do we deal with the human? I mean, we're not actually saying that there's something that needs to be done with the human. How do they build that responsibility? Our education does not give us a sense of moral, ethical standing or tools or skills to how to deal with ourselves, our traumas, our challenges. That's not part of the system. Understanding ourselves is just not there. It's like we're supposed to understand everything else but ourselves, but we, the human, is the deciding factor of our creations. And then our creations will then roll back and change our behaviors and control our behaviors. So what happens in terms of the human? What skills and tools do we include in our education? I mean, right now, there's quantum physics, and we're talking about the science, where they're saying we create our reality through our thoughts, through our emotions. Do we have tools that can be taught in our education system to actually do the management of that, to understand our own stories, and to have a sense of ethics and morality and evaluation and awareness of ourselves? Because, from what I hear, AI and AGI are going to be a reflection of us. So yes, we may do code, we may do models, we may do algorithms and all, but in the end, it's us who are the deciding factor. So what are we doing about us? That's where my question comes.
I think an important question, and maybe back to the comment you made in the morning about why STEAM is important. The way I think about it is these are not conversations that are in the realm of just computer scientists who are building models. I think this is a conversation between philosophers, right? Every single field that you think about, for us to really talk about what values define us. What is good? What is right? What is wrong? What are we not comfortable with, right? Today we are given examples of the weaponization of AI. Today we are talking a lot about, if you observe, the geopolitics, right? The decisions that different countries are making around why and how they will develop their leadership in AI. I think these have to be, they're not the preserve of a few. It has to be a conversation between civil society, between government, between ordinary citizens, between moral philosophers, right? So that we can really articulate, and I don't even think it's going to be necessarily a convergence of 100% in our thoughts, because that's not the reality of humanity. But I think the articulation gives people the ability to make decisions in a way that they understand what they're getting themselves into, and they understand the trade-offs. For me, I think that's what's important, understanding what you're getting yourself into, what are the trade-offs, so that people make informed decisions. I don't think we'll ever get to, a total convergence in terms of the ideas. I think there's a few that we will agree with, and I think a lot of those are very rooted in the ideas of respect for human life, the kinds of human rights. I think many of those will be grounded in that, and we'll have to sort of say, how does that translate in the technology that you're building and deploying? And then others will just be, we are well informed what the issues are, and we make decisions based on that.
If there's anybody else who would like to pose a question or add to the discussion, please put up your hand after this gentleman. Thanks.
Thank you very much for the opportunity. My name is Soita from the Technical University of Kenya. I'm one of the faculty members in the Faculty of Social Science and Technology, School of Business. Now, I want to ask the question about AI. When we started hearing about AI in Kenya, or elsewhere, it was just recently, when we started hearing about ChatGPT. So when you talk of AI, people think quickly about ChatGPT, which is not the case. I know ChatGPT was a discovery of Microsoft. Now, when Microsoft came up with ChatGPT, search engines like Google started a war on that. So the first clarification we need from you is which companies are dealing with AI globally? That's the first question I may pose. The second question is about the AI ecosystem. Now we want to know how AI operates. Some of us are still in the dark. We don't know exactly the ecosystem surrounding the operation of AI in the world, because AI is just like any other software which is being adopted very fast in the world, especially in the fourth industrial revolution. Now, the third issue is about the domain knowledge. People who are programming AI, you see AI is artificial intelligence, it's not natural intelligence. It does not come direct from a human being, but it comes to the human being through the computer. Then it comes to the human being. So who is doing this programming? Is this person doing programming having the domain knowledge? Like at the university here, we have professors in different fields, in different domains. So are they the ones programming this, or just any other technician? Because in the university, people come here for knowledge, and it is the professors who are the creators of knowledge. Now, the last aspect is on AI in research. In the university, we talk of research, academic research. So we have seen many people using AI in both academic research and non-academic research. But in most cases, even myself in my research team, outside the academia, I've seen somebody just generating content using ChatGPT when doing a literature review or anything. So at what point are we going to accept this AI-generated content? Is there a software that can be used to detect the AI-generated content? And is it acceptable globally? So I think those are a few questions.
Thank you. Coming to you.
Yeah, Dr. Chima Agwama is my name. I'm from Nigeria. I want to first and foremost thank the organizers of this program, the opportunity given to us to be in Nairobi for the first time. We also thank God that granted us safe journey, 9 hours flight, first to Addis Ababa, and Addis Ababa to this place. We thank God that granted us that safe journey. By the special grace of God, in my institution, I am the head of the computer science department. And then for decades now, we have been talking about AI, artificial intelligence. And then we have also seen artificial intelligence as one of the emerging technological tools for teaching and learning. And at the same time, in artificial intelligence, we have so many categories of it, which I know has been mentioned, like artificial intelligence, AI in meta, AI in teaching, AI in learning, and so many of them. And there are so many questions that one may ask. When we talk of this artificial intelligence, in which area of this artificial intelligence are we referring to? Because it covers virtually every aspect of life. You can see AI in medicine today, AI even in military, AI in politics, and AI in everywhere. Because this AI we are talking about is just robots. And then it is also very important that when we are discussing AI, we should also narrow it down to, at least I overheard somebody saying he's a novice in artificial intelligence. But I think one of the most important things why we are here today is to teach ourselves. Nobody is an island as far as teaching and learning is concerned. So as we do this, let us also take time to embrace on different types of artificial intelligence we have, because it will also help us in digesting these key points we have today, which is in culture, visual culture, and others. Thank you so much.
Thank you. One more question, and then I will ask the Charity and Suki to round up, because I think you have short time. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Wamboi Morioki. I'm from Biotechnology Department at the Technical University of Kenya. My question is whether we can introduce a training model to AI to limit certain answers. We are in a TikTok generation where students, let's say concentration ability is up to 3 to 5 minutes at most, which in turn results to them, gaining minimum from lectures. So they'll end up using things like ChatGPT to answer different questions. So YouTube, for instance, has a child control, that limits certain things. So is it possible to introduce a model that actually limits certain things so that we can encourage the students not only to rely on AI, but also to rely on, the books and other forms of knowledge impacting things?
Can I ask before you answer, Charity? Suki, we haven't heard much about your humanistic perspective on all of this. We have really interrogated Charity. So 2 minutes, and then Charity has a chance to think of ideas of how to respond to the questions.
So you're asking me first?
Yes, please.
Okay. I can't say totally that I haven't been saying, because I always come back to somebody just talked about something to do with is there a way we can have a model to help with the time spent on and concentration and all those things around what we're going through. But what I'm wanting to see, what I'm actually putting out there is we need to teach differently. We need to really reform our way of teaching, really transform it. And as we're teaching it, even if we have models, even if we have coding and all the science side, we can use the arts and visual cultures to actually explore the human. I mean, we're always now putting it out there. The hardest thing to really look at, and the hardest job, is to actually look at ourselves. And that's something that is always being passing, it's something like we don't want to look at it. Yes, we're being academic, wonderful. Let's get into our heads, fine. But let's get into our hearts, let's get into who we are. What are we feeling? What's our traumas? What are we going through? Because if we don't deal with that, that is what we're going to create with this new baby who runs much faster than us, who picks up whatever we put in it, and the good, the bad, the ugly, and opportunity are all there. And can we look at ways from the arts field to really interrogate and include in our teaching along with the coding. So even if you're doing the coding and the algorithms, can we also have courses that are looking at people having to look at themselves and their stories and find out their own biases, so that as they're developing both, then, and have it as a partnership, then we're likely to have a much more, shall I say, we can be a little more optimistic. Let me put it that way. We can't control the future, we can't really see, but we can be a little more optimistic. But we really have to include the interrogation of ourselves in this whole process. And I think that's what AI is doing. It is making us look at ourselves. We may not want to, but we have to.
Thank you. Charity?
Yeah. Suki, absolutely agreed. And I think all these algorithms are actually our way of trying to understand human beings and the world we are in. So if you look at it that way, then I think your point is very well made. And we also have to really spend some time in research in understanding who we are becoming as a result of this technology. So I think the lady talked about concentration spans and TikTok. I think these are ripe areas of research that enable us to understand who we are becoming and then allow us to interrogate and say, is that who we want to be, so that we have some corrective mechanisms. I'll try to really summarize the questions. I think the gentleman on this side was asking about the AI ecosystem and how it operates. So I would think about it as, any technologies, there are creators. So I would sort of think about that in the realm of innovators, such as OpenAI, researchers such as ourselves. And these will be from universities, would be from many of the multinational technology companies. So you talked about Microsoft, OpenAI, where I work, IBM. The list is actually endless for who's creating AI today. I will say there are fewer in the global south, but lots and lots of entrepreneurs. So there's that, the people creating. Then there are people who are using technology to improve their existing products, right? So you'll find somebody, we give examples such as in agriculture. So someone will take the AI technology so that it improves their agricultural processes so that they can be more efficient. So there's that part of the ecosystem. And then there are just consumers. And I would say consumers, the example I'll give here is somebody who's on TikTok, who's on Facebook, where you're just consuming content that is generated with that. So that's just a quick summary of the ecosystem so that we think about where do we want to fit, and particularly as academia, how do we prepare our students so that they can be what I call value creators rather than just consumers. I'll summarize it there. The global companies, I think the list is endless. If you just put in the top, 100 companies in AI, you'll see them. There are new ones being created every day for sure. You asked about domain knowledge. So I want to challenge you a little bit to say, I think the era where knowledge resided with professors is gone. Some knowledge resides with them, absolutely, but I think now there's so many sources of information that is accessible to people everywhere, and not just in the classroom. So you'll find, I hang out with a lot of college students in Kenya, and they'll tell you, for certain courses, they have professors that they have who reside in India or on YouTube. They take classes on Coursera. So there's such a democratization of knowledge or information. I think the question is actually figuring out how do you put in some guardrails so that we're not perpetuating misinformation, because it comes with that, disinformation and such. So for me, it's really thinking about what are the sources of information, how do we provide attribution so people know where that information is coming from and such things. For training, many of the model creators are using knowledge from very reputable sources. So, of course, part of what we now like to tell model users is interrogate where that information came from, because as I said before, the data determines the kind of output you get from your model. Then research in AI, it's lots and lots of questions. An example is like what I said about hallucination. So lots and lots of questions that have not been answered and that are there for researchers to spend their time to answer and as opportunities. I want to just finish with this. I think what we have to think about is how AI is changing the fields that we are in. And rather than resist, it's to learn and to try and think about how much value do we create by working alongside these tools, not in the fear that they will just replace us. I think they will replace certain tasks, but at the end of the day, there's so many different problems in the world that exist that are waiting for us to address them with additional sophistication in the tools that we have to address them. So I want to just end my part with, I think, not fear for what will take over all of us, but I think more hope that we are now able to address perhaps challenges we would not have been able to address with these new tools that are being put in our hands, and we can have the choice to use them responsibly.
On that note, since we don't have much time, but I would like to say that there is something that we haven't really discussed, and to keep that in mind as we move along, is the business model and commercialization. And what does that bring to the whole dynamic of AI, and how does it juxtapose on it and influence it? And of course, we have the ethical and moral aspects that come along with it. But from the humanistic, and we need to become innovative, and I don't want to say in how we teach, but how we facilitate learning. We need to really look in ways to do that. There's not been much, well, I'm sure there's research out there, but there hasn't been much interrogation and really looking at how do we want to facilitate learning in this new environment. It's going to be very different. And a lot of us are going to have to really shift out of being comfortable, because your comfort zone is going to be really challenged by AI at this rate. And already students are now going beyond their lecturers and finding and knowing the course and finishing the course the first week when you're starting. Maybe there needs to be a setup that really has lecturers, teachers, having new models of how to facilitate and what learning is all about. That is a very critical thing that we need right now, and for our generations, and to work with our different generations in that conversation. Because between generations, you have different ways of learning and different ways that give us, how can I say, we prioritize and experience. So that, I'll say, is where I'd like to stop, and I'll partially say thank you, Charity. I hope the fire is still burning, and we need to keep the fire burning. We can't stop here.
Thank you so much. I think what we take from this is how do we cultivate an awareness and responsibility when we reimagine ourselves. And I think it's been an incredible discussion that we've had on Monday. I think we are just continuing with that incredible discussion today. And I want to say thank you so much, Charity, and to you, Suki, for introducing the idea of AI and how responsible we are and we're not, and how we can actually rebuild ourselves without constantly kicking the ball that we've actually created, but make sure it works for us. But I think we need another round of applause for Charity and Suki. And thank you to you who contributed in terms of discussions, in terms of your questions. With that, I think we move on to the next phase. Marie-Claire, thank you.
Good afternoon. Thank you very much. That was very informative. We are running about an hour behind schedule, and I would like us to break into sessions. Our next keynote address is at 2:15. Now it's already 1 o'clock. Lunch will be served a bit late because we've just had tea. Some people are smiling, others are very serious with that information. So we'll break into sessions and then come back for the keynote at 2:15 so that we can then probably break for lunch and then do the last session. We have session A, AI in Education Systems, and that will be chaired by, yes, please stand up. And Cindy Gore is the rapporteur. Is she here? Michaela, please come for session A. Is Cindy around? Just come and stand here. Then session B, Age of AI Ethics, Inclusivity, and Social Impact. Dr. Orpa Nyakundi is the chair, and Grace is the rapporteur. Session C, AI and the Future of Autonomous Systems. Dr. Patrick Kaisula is the chair. Is he here? Thank you. Please stand here. Rapporteur is Jacqueline Okeyo. Is she here? Session D is Convergence, Bridging Disciplines for a Sustainable Future. Professor Vijay. Rapporteur is Ogato Orina. Is he here? Then session E is AI in Education Ecosystems. Esther Kute. No, she's not. The next one is session F. I think you're presenting. Sorry. Digital Transformation, AI and ICT Reshaping Industries. Joseph Kedogo and Lily Kimaru. Joseph Kedogo. Is Lily Kimaru here? Who are labeling the rooms? Okay, just you stand in front of session A. Just stand here, session A. Stand with them. Michaela here. Is this session A? We are A. So, are you for session A? Session A, who is going with them? Vijay is here. Are you alone, Vijay? Or with Orina? Okay. AI in Education Systems is here. Mihail? Yes, yeah. Section B, Age in AI Ethics, Inclusivity, and Social Impact. Dr. Orpa Nyakundi and Grace? Oh, you're there. Who is with you? Oh, okay. Then session C, AI and the Future of Autonomous Systems. Dr. Patrick Kaisula and Jacqueline? You have some, oh, placed yourselves very well. Some still missing. AI, yeah, for now. Session D, Professor Vijay, and who is with them? What is the name of the session? Convergence, Bridging Disciplines for a Sustainable Future. Yeah. Then session E, AI in Education Ecosystems. It's the same. So you were already there? Okay. Yeah, 2 sessions following each other. Okay. And this one? Which is this one? Kedogo and Kimaru. This is the new digital transformation and ICT research industries. So it's Kedogo and Kimaru. Let them just go with them. Oh, they already have somebody there. So you'll be allowed to choose which session you want to go and listen to, and be here at exactly 2:15. By 2:10, we should all be back and seated. He's going to present online. To be nice to be seated by 2:10. So the room is written at the back of the paper. That's why the students are with them, so that they can guide them. The room is written behind the paper, so that's why the student volunteers will guide you to where you're presenting and having the sessions. Okay? Yeah. Pardon? Okay, so we are going, should I do this or will you do it? It's okay.
AI in education systems, and Professor Suki already pointed out this morning the important role of education for positive change. This is what it's going to be about in this session. And I would like to ask you, Claudia, to quickly introduce yourself, and then we'll start with your talk and save some time for questions afterwards. Welcome, Claudia, and to all the listeners.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, we can. We can also see you.
Okay, cool. I'm sitting in the Fachhochschule Dortmund. I'm a lecturer here for AI, large language models, but also for AI image generation. And I have been to Nairobi for the nice workshop, and I can see someone who's going out now. It was really nice and pleasant experience. Before studying graphic design, I studied European business, and I spent a lot of time in advertising, so I think it's really interesting what's going to happen in advertising with all these AI possibilities too. I also think that AI can liberate in one way education, but on the other way it's really hard to get sometimes the necessary hardware, for example, in image generation. So I can start to share my screen.
Yes, please.
I prepared a few slides. In Germany, we got funded for collaborative digital teaching and learning lab, which is called the DVD. In German, it's not able to be translated into English, but anyway, I founded it with 2 professors, Ulrike, who is unfortunately ill today, and Olga. Yeah, it's a pilot project. And why did we do this? Because it really, we can really see that everything is changing, and there are lots of challenges and opportunities in this digital landscape. And so we need those competencies in AR, VR, and especially AI, because they are not longer optional, but they are essential for careers. For example, this commercial was done completely with AI. I'm not going to show all of it, but you can see maybe a little bit. the famous Coca-Cola spot that is every day, and this time they made it completely with AI, and you can see that although AI in movie generation is not as good as in image generation so far, they were able to make a whole 1 minute commercial with it. And I think we will get used to that kind of commercials. And there are lots of platforms where you can now do your ad, things that other people have done, not many, but digital with Photoshop, for example, digitally, and now you can just do it with AI. So we had a workshop design. It's a laboratory that fosters collaborative and project-based learning because the market is exploding. There's lots of new tools every day. It needs some where students can learn from students can learn from teachers, and teachers also can learn from students. So it's like a new way of learning. So we focus on AI and also on other technologies, like I said before, and we want to equip every student and also the educators with future-ready skills. So use also immersive technologies to learn, like tools like Study, Google, and Mozilla Hubs, for example, to use non-richer and stable diffusion. The new Flux tool, for example, Refresh, and also coding. The courses are hands-on, project-oriented workshops. They start usually from the second semester, and we also go into deeply now. When there's an educator who wants to do a workshop or wants to do a seminar, then we go into that and support. As we have already maybe seen, Midjourney is at the moment, I think, the best possibility to generate things, generate images, and use it. And I also share my account. Yeah, you can see I have just put in several images, and you can do everything you want to. Antique horses and hands work better now. To collage, to the Pope in purple jacket, to the Pope fighting, although here the face is maybe not as good as Raymond. You can do advertising for product ourselves. You can do studio photography. You can do food photography. But it will be really hard for people to survive in this market if they don't have the necessary skills. Now you have to be able to express what you don't have on the image, but you have to write it or you have to speak it. And that's more difficult than just putting the camera, because some of the objects that you will see when you take the picture, it comes from your unconsciousness, what you want to generate in. So it's quite hard sometimes to get exactly what you want. So we can either level up, when we learn how to use and speak with the machines, or we can level down, because then we have only maybe random for 80% of what we wanted. So the people who will be able to generate the optimum images will be better off than the ones who just take the 80%. So here you can see something that didn't work quite well. As you can see with the eye, there are some problems. I think the toothbrush is also not very good, but as we have seen, image generation for food is really sophisticated. Here you can see some images with a flawless skin, which would have taken a lot of time in Photoshop, so we just generate a person with a Christmas hat in 30 seconds. Or interior design. There might be some mistakes, but I haven't found them if one of the lamps is different from the other. But otherwise, yeah, it could be at least some idea how you could decorate a room. So Midterm is a room model, so you have to pay for it by month. You get, for example, for $30 you get 15 fast hours and unlimited relaxed hours. But there are now a lot of new opportunities like clubs, and use them on a high-speed computer. You have to have an NVIDIA graphic card, otherwise it doesn't work. So either you pay for your abo or you pay for the hardware. Yeah, and for example, and then it gets more complicated. Whereas you have on use Midjourney, you just have the language and input and your prompt. And here you have a lot of things you have to consider when you, for example, when you use this ComputerEye interface. It's node-based, it's complicated, it has a lot of challenges. When you, for example, want to put in a new workflow. So, as I talked about before, the collaborative opportunities are really, really good because then we have also students who gave and did workshops in Unreal Engine or touch design. So this peer-to-peer knowledge sharing is rising with our concept. We also connected to the TU, for example, and the Victoria for projects, the online workshops, and also a workshop in Nairobi. AI is going into more and more programs, so that you can inside almost a lot of programs now you can generate images and you can add things or you can remove things with AI. Touch Designer is not so far influenced by AI, but you can add a node with a stable diffusion and then you can generate images within that program and you can display them, for example, on a big screen. Or immersive experiences. We can see generating 3D objects with AI. There are also different platforms where you can just write a prompt and you will get an object. If it's something abstract, I put an image from Midjourney and or an abstract object and then I put it in. And here's something like completely New York City generated. I mean, it's wrong with the Statue of Liberty and stuff in the report, but you get quite a good 3D object that you can work on. So this is I showed you the changes in the industry and in the market, and it has a lot of impact on design education. So we need to prepare the designers for tomorrow's challenges. We need to integrate all those tools and methods and let people experiment with it. We have to find out how the machine is reacting to my prompt and how which model can we use to have the best result. Where can we go in combination? Do we have to use Midjourney for one object? Use Clubs for another and completely Photoshop and add some AI, photos with AI to the picture. We also look at the collaborations, our university with the science and the economics department, and we also look at what happens to us digitally and what are the algorithmic just I think to our design and doing to who we are, because now we can face swap. We can take anybody and put our image, our face on, for example. So what happens when we are able to put ourselves within videos when we are not present usually. So there are lots of challenges, and we have to overcome those barriers. impatient to get all the knowledge, to document all the knowledge, because there is a high demand for all this, and it has to be shared. And so in this laboratory we need more assistance and create more open educational resources, although that takes a lot of time, but it has to be done to share the knowledge we generate. The future vision is we want to support new disciplinary programs like serious gaming and digital knowledge. We want to focus on more international collaboration and real-time knowledge transfer. And we also want to use more innovative teaching and learning methods. We also use a lot of large language models, and sometimes it's a good idea to use the large language model first to make the concept, then go into image generation. Sometimes you can do it both, like in DALL-E, but usually the images are not as good as in the mid-journey ones. And then, we maybe write even something about the image again with the large language model. So, as I said before, we did a workshop at Nairobi at the summer school. We experimented with 3D, for photogrammetry, 3D models, but also mid-journey models. This is what happened during the workshop. Most of these are more general and just this is more photogrammetry. And then we also have this project of Salma in the 7th semester. She looked at what the Earth is going to be in 2200 something, because there will be rising temperatures and there will be a lot of microplastic in our diet. And she used Pika, it's a video platform for generating the scenes. And she also used a lot of generative sounds with AI, and distorted a lot of those sounds, so that they mimic the effect of heat. And then she used monodrop chairs. This is a symbol of globalization because they are in every country, and she melted them, kind of, and then you could sit in those chairs and watch the exhibition space. Here now you can see one of those chairs which she melted, and you could actually sit in those. This is before you can stand on one of those chairs. And here is the video. here are some screenshots. As you can see, the effect of the melting of people or melting of objects is not as it would be in real life, but as the model is not that far, I think it's a really interesting visual effect. I'm sure what could happen when the temperature rises as much as 1.5 to 2 per decade. So our conclusion for this way of teaching AI for design students is that we have to transform our design education together, and we have to equip our students with the skills for that dynamic and digital feedback, and so it really finds the role of design education. That is my presentation, and do you have any questions?
Thank you so much, Claudia, for this insightful presentation. You can clap again. I think she didn't hear it. So, do I see any hands already? Does anybody have a question? Avi.
Hello, Claudia. It's nice to see you.
Hi, nice to see you.
It's Avi.
Yeah.
I want to know in terms of... you can see me, yeah?
Yeah, I can see you.
Yeah. May I ask, in teaching your manipulation of images, how do you police or teach ethics when students are actually using these kinds of generated images? Thanks.
We talk a lot about it, and they present it, and most of the time they use my account, and the ethics are sometimes a difficult thing because, for example, Midjourney is limiting a lot what you want to generate, and they have their own ethics. There are 3 models where you can generate things you usually should not generate, and we also talk about what will happen to people when they are put in different images, for example. So we always discuss the use of these technologies and the risks. That is what we do, and we tell them to use them, morally correct.
Thank you, Claudia. Are there any more questions? Jane.
Thank you. Let me stand. As AI gets better, it could take away some of the teaching tasks. As a teacher, or as teachers, how do we ensure that we are ahead of AI? Thank you.
There's so much research you have to do. I read about, I don't know how many newsletters I have an RSS feed that I have some automatisms in. When I press a button, it will say, for example, Discord, so I don't forget. But it's a lot of research to stay ahead of what is going on. I don't think it's possible for one person alone, so it's difficult that we share the knowledge. We share what we think about ethics, we share the responsible use of it, and we also share how it is done. It will take a little bit of teaching, and we will change the way we teach. That's why we have this laboratory, so that we can jump into seminars and help and discuss and find out and talk about the role of women, because a lot of models present women with a specific body part. So, yes, we always try to be ahead of what is going on and then adapt the teaching. I hope this answers the question a little bit. I think it's a complex field and a lot of things to do still. And also, it's not very fair how you can generate
Thank you. I'm architect Joel Oyuga from the Department of Architecture. And I always tell my peers in the Department of Art that how we teach our studios and how we interact with our students, you'll find that for a very long time we had that one-on-one interaction where as an art or an architecture lecturer, you would have an interaction. And also for people like us who are so much biased towards diploma, you must have that one-on-one interaction with the student, okay? So that you know how the student progresses, you know the challenges and assist, okay? Now, one of the challenges with AI is that it has created what I usually call a fence. It has the advantage that with the LLMs, you can reach so many students at the same time, but you'll find that as a studio lecturer, that touch, that crisp touch that you've always had with students, it's getting lost. Now, the problem with that is that you'll never have control of eventually the product that you have, okay? And when you talk about ethics now, it even becomes a big problem because your results will go either way, okay? You will get some very fine students, but on the other hand, you will get some students on this other side, and you find that the diversity is so big or it's so large compared to the traditional way of teaching. Now, from your experience, how are you resolving this kind of issues? Because I'll be honest, these are some of the things that us as lecturers are finding it difficult to swim into the world of AI because we feel, that touch will get lost. Thank you.
Yeah, I think there's now a third party in this teaching, and the third party is the AI. So, and you will always have students like in kind of cheating, because and selling what the AI has done for their own work, but on the other hand, you have so many opportunities to level up what you can do. And I think the most important thing is we tell our students that they have to declare what was done by AI, and then we talk about it, and we give input, and we see how we can make projects better with AI, and sometimes we find out that it's not as good to use AI. And for example, in the architecture department of the Fakulty Dortmund, we have trained an AI that can now, when you, for example, you have an old building, you put it down, you have some material left, what can you build with that material? So the AI will tell you the possibilities, what you can do with the material that was left by turning down the building. So there are also things that we have to inherit and we have to put into our teaching. And yeah, and sometimes we have to be ahead, and I said that sometimes we have to learn from the students, so that the knowledge is shared and the knowledge will level up our teaching.
Thank you, Claudia. There's, we're kind of running out of time, but there's one last comment.
I just wanted to know if there are fundamentals in teaching that even with AI must be there. Are there such things?
Yeah, I mean, you can only be good at generating images, for example, when you know about the basics. So you should never ever forget the basics. When you just go for the first time a student designs something, and you go for AI-generated designs, like in Adobe Express, you can do posters and everything, then it doesn't work. Then there will be awful designs. So I think it's very, very important to teach the basics first, and then let people use AI to support them, and not let AI do the whole work.
Thank you so much, Claudia. Let's give a round of applause to Claudia. So we as teachers or lecturers aren't obsolete yet. And as we heard before, also as Professor Suki said, we have to keep a focus on us as human beings and how we use AI. And what I really liked about your presentation is that you also talked about this collaboration between the German students and the students from Nairobi. I think this brings us back to what we discussed before, even on Monday, about how maybe African countries aren't represented yet in the AI, and how important it is to discuss and to collaborate in order to have a responsible use of AI in the future. Thank you, Claudia. And now I would like to welcome Andrew Amayo. Could you please introduce yourself? Let's give a round of applause to Andrew.
Hello, thank you very much. I don't know if you can hear me okay.
We can hear you, and just to keep time, you have 15 minutes, Andrew. Is that all right?
15 minutes is fine.
Perfect, thank you.
Okay. So, hello everyone. My name is Andrew. As you heard, my sort of tag that I have with me on my door says Senior Lecturer, Management and Marketing at University of Westminster. I'm going to try and keep some of my content brief, although as I share this screen, which I hope you can all see, I'll be...
Yes, we can see it.
Oh, excellent. I will just be highlighting a few elements of our approach at the University of Westminster, where we've been trying to embed the use of AI and big data as a way of enhancing pedagogy, but beyond that, it's also around employability as well. So I'll just give you a bit of background, and I like that some of this has already been said, so I think between Claudia and the panel there, you've done some of my work over here. One is the idea that we sort of dug into the rationale why we are doing this in the first place. And in our instance at the university, we have this charter that we are part of, as part of, probably if we are quite honest, say that we're not the only university doing this. We are innovating on one of our values, but we're also embedding the SDGs in our curriculum. We also are signatory to, and you'll forgive me for the many acronyms. We have the Environmental Association for Universities and Colleges. We are also ranked by the Times Higher Education on how well we are doing this. But also as academics, we sort of question, the world that we're preparing our students for. What does that look like? And I'm pleased to have a German speaker in the room, so I might call on Claudia for this one, but there's a term that we use in our module, which we call Zeitgeist.
I admit I'm also German. It's Zeitgeist.
Zeitgeist, fantastic. Which I believe is composed of two words. I think it's ghost and sort of like the spirit of the current times is the interpretation there. And I like that even in Claudia's presentation, you can see that the students are aware of the world that they're currently being prepared for, in a manner of speaking. The fact that you have already evidence students that are aware about things like global warming or sustainability as a broader theme. I can speak a lot about that, but I'll keep it to what we did, which was a two modules where I was module leading, and we did a bit of a review. And one of the things we're also focusing on, since they are sustainability modules, and I'll talk about them in a minute, was this view of why we need a new way of teaching about this idea of, especially sustainability from the view of leadership or inclusive leadership, and using the tools that we have to adapt or to challenge some of the problems that are presented by our current world of work. So how we did this really is also linking it to the world of work in terms of employability. Now, if we are a bit vulnerable and allow ourselves space to address what universities have been criticized for, we can probably accept that on one hand we have, and I'll speak specifically as a business school, AI, big data, leadership and social influence. And our final year students, which we call level 6, were then tasked with developing skills in collecting big data, analyzing it critically, presenting it using data visualization, which I'll also give you examples of. And part of that rationale, as you therefore see, is not necessarily just honed in the word pedagogy, which is a bit of a misnomer. I think the reality is wider than that, which is what this framework at the top here presents. The fact that we are, yes, covering sustainability, and I'll talk about the two modules, but we are also embedding big data, AI, data visualization and critical analysis with a view also with an eye towards future employability. Some of the interesting stats, since we are speaking about visualization and talking without throwing some of my own in here, and this is again from the World Economic Forum stating, for example, that on LinkedIn between 2018 and 2020, you can see that themes around sustainability are the jobs of the future, the jobs of now, the jobs of the last couple of years in terms of the fastest growing, but also the trends in the world from an employer point of view. A lot of job opportunities are being created in this world of either AI, big data, or tech, digital skills, but also themes around sustainability and how our students can therefore be the ones at the forefront of helping the world business tackle these challenges. If I take a pause for a minute here, if we're also quite honest, we could probably say that one of the rationales behind us making these changes or adapting AI, big data into our modules was we sat down and looked at previous feedback. And one of the things that was emerging is we needed to increase the level of critical thinking or improve the standard of academic writing or what we call argumentation. So with the external examiners, we always saw this type. So, we have in our feedback written that someone's work is too descriptive, it's not showing enough criticality, it's not supported by enough evidence, or is that balance. And therefore we found this nice tool, and someone in the room might recognize this text by Andy Kirk, who defines data visualization as presentation of data. But the word that is tackled was exploiting our visual perception abilities to amplify cognition. And I've just given you, as I'm sort of speaking around this slide, a chance to perhaps count if you are, if you can, which takes you to examples of this, which is a nice segue for me to introduce the world of Tableau. So Tableau is the tool that we use, and I'll speak about that in a few minutes as well, but it just gives you a flavor of the existence of data visualization, people that have been doing some work on this for some time, and also for my benefit and your benefit, a free version, which is quite important these days. And one of the things that also we'll speak about is how we use this now, not the free version, but in our module we had a subscription or license, academic license that we paid for. But what we did with this was, if I could take you through the entire module, or modules, because there's two of them, and I'll probably give you the reasons behind that. We started with a pilot on what we call our mega module. So it was around 245 students on a sustainable business module. They're both final year undergraduate students. The second one was also final year cohort for supply chain management for finance and accounting. So these are finance students. And the sort of methods or approaches that we use are things like flipped classroom, where we had like instructional videos and guides on our learning management system, which is Blackboard. This was perhaps important during the period that we worked on this. So this is literally September 2020, so when COVID was just sort of at its peak, and then we had a chance to improve on it in the years after. We also had a lot of project-based experiential learning. I'll speak about that also in a few minutes. And we also were trying to improve as hashtags that they could use to gather data using Twitter. So one of the questions we always get is why Twitter? And we always emphasize that we're not trying to turn our students into social media experts. If anything, you should find the graveyard. And one of the things we were using it for, which is quite good, is it's a huge or very useful data repository, especially for very dynamic topic like sustainability. We also have an AI, which was called TAGS. TAGS is another acronym, sorry, there'll be many of these, which is start Twitter archiving Google Sheets. And this AI, or API, some people also call it such API, was able to, in layman terms, go into Twitter once you provide it with sort of specific sustainability themes and gather a huge data set. And we're talking usually the rate of, say, 5,000 to 9,000 tweets. And those sheets, or Excel, which was literally the tool that was used to gather them or to compile them, would then be inputted into Tableau for data. That's probably the steps that we took. So step one was really about getting them to collect the data. Step two was allowing them, like somebody else mentioned this earlier, and also Claudia earlier mentioned, the importance of experimentation, or allowing students to experiment. And in our context, it also was about familiarizing themselves and seeing the range of what they could do using these tools and getting better or iterating, certainly that sort of design thinking mode. We then had specific visualizations that we wanted them to create. There was 5 of them, and I'll go through 1 or 2. And the analysis, which I was also very keen on, was to try and get them to really dig deep. For example, when they look at data, can they separate and look at trends such as peaks and think about why certain things were occurring as they were. I've given some illustrations also of the sorts of data sets or themes that some of them use. So there's things like, the net zero, climate emergency. You can see those are like close to 10,000 tweets, or SDG 7, clean energy. There's lots of them in there. If I show some of what those look like, or what they intended ones look like, these are some of the ones I would use in my instruction. So I'll create this and then go into class to sort of show them with my team. And the first one was a temporal analysis showing how data changes over time. I'll show that in a few minutes. But this long tail was one of the ones we discussed with them. We also did one on geographical distribution. I removed one of my previous slides, which was speaking about big data and the 4 Bs, the variety, velocity, DC. And this is one of those interesting ones because there's so many types of data, and therefore Twitter being a very rich repository of data. We also did things like this one, which was another long-tail diagram of active users, followed by also who was the most influential based on their followership. But more importantly, if I were to give you a snippet of an actual student's report, then you can see that the writing up or the analysis that accompanied these visualizations. So you can see at the bottom there what we call temporal analysis of time series change over a period of time for those themes, which in this case was circular economy or green supply. Then the student was able to dig deeper into, for example, why is this peak at the top there occurring? Who is that person behind it? And where is that person located? In this case, it was about COP26, which was in Glasgow. It's quite interesting. We just had it in 29, just last week. But we see this, that we're moving more towards the depth of analysis. The same thing here with a long-tail diagram, where the students again here were able to dig into the portrayal of the most retweeted sort of article on these themes, and it was able to provide screenshots of why they think this person was the most retweeted, and sort of going deeper into
Andrew, sorry, Andrew, I'm just reminding you of the time. I don't mean to rush you, but could you?
It's okay, let's skip through a few here.
Yeah, maybe 2 more minutes, and that's it.
Yeah, that's fine.
Thank you.
In fact, what I'll do, just for the sake of time, allow me to just speed through these to the actual findings. On this sort of my reflection on what came out of all this. We're sort of being asked a lot to prepare students for the world of work, but we also appreciate that they're also coming out as multi-skilled graduates in the current, use the word again, zeitgeist, where they are expected to have very many skills, and they are also expected to engage. Somebody mentioned earlier in the plenary that we have students who have many other competing interests, and some of these things help also to drive not just engagement in the classroom, but also beyond it. We also asked them to reflect on their employability. For us, thankfully, their top skills were more or less correlating with what is coming in the World Economic Forum survey that I mentioned earlier. And in conclusion, I'd probably say that the outcomes of this might also challenge us a bit in terms of opportunities for enhancing our teaching and learning, but also going beyond that, our implications in practice. I've mentioned things like stakeholder inclusivity, but also thinking about how this enhances student employability in future. There are some challenges, so it's not all perfect. For example, one of the things we encountered was this may not be for all of them. Students are very different with their first expectations. We assume wrongly often that, for example, students are adept at digital skills or social media. That is not the case. There are realities also institutionally with things like keeping up with the changes. For example, I mentioned tags, which now the license has expired, and they're not proceeding on with that post Elon Musk taking over Twitter. So there are other challenges, but for the sake of time, I think I'll just stop there and ask for any questions.
Thank you, Andrew. We have a few minutes left for questions before all the others will come back here. We're getting closer to lunchtime, Andrew. I think people are hungry, which doesn't mean... Oh, Jane has a question.
Thank you for that presentation. AI is rewriting the rules of education. How do we ensure that we equip our students as educators, as researchers, with the skills in AI so that they use it safely and responsibly? They use it in such a manner that whatever they get out is of their benefit. They use it responsibly. How do we ensure that?
Not an easy question. Andrew, what's your answer?
Yeah. Okay, I can address this. It is one of those challenging questions, but I'll try and answer it. We did have an internal discussion that's quite similar as a department. I should mention, for quite honestly, it did not come from us. It came from IRA, where the university was coming up with a policy document on use of AI. But internally, we also had feedback, but we also had our own policy document around how we can, and allow me to use your words, use it responsibly. So we're equipping students with the skills that are necessary, but we're also asking them to use it responsibly and for their benefit too. So there is need, I think, and I'll mention my bias as a person who's always steeped in the world of governance. There is need for oversight, in a sense, but also allowing tons of flexibility that the world as it is moving very fast, and the students themselves and the skills that were just mentioned, or the employers in the world of work that they're going to, are also very dynamic. And half the time we're playing catch up. So there is sort of like a balanced view. Even the policy document that we ended up using or adopting allows that balance and
Thank you, Andrew. There's, oh, now they woke up again. We have more questions.
Thank you. I just wanted to, one of the problems in Africa that we are facing, which I can see you don't have, is the availability of big data. In Africa, we don't have those systems yet. Most of our data is in the form of paper. And I was just wondering, what would you advise us to do to be able to get some of this data, which is in hard copy format, into a soft format so that we can be able to access them with AI systems? Thank you.
Yeah.
I can attempt to answer that one.
Yeah, that would be nice.
And I'll probably put it in two parts. So these are valid questions, and they're a very important one. And again, I express my bias, which is one of the chapters of my doctorate, where I spoke about exactly that, and this absence of data in African context. We also speak about things like colonizing knowledge, the form that we assign as we go to Western experiences of data. But one of the benefits that I also add or challenge with our approach here, and I'll give you one illustration, particular if I pick on the African and Kenyan experience of data from social media datasets. We are, for whatever reason, lucky to have also lots of users on platforms like the one I mentioned, Twitter. In fact, I can put some figures here, which is in December, the total reach or ad reach for users on Twitter, now called X, was sort of 1.87 billion. And in Africa, as of 2022, the Twitter user base was about 24 million. So there is also a sense in which if we, on one hand, and I think your sort of comment that we could also be tasked with digitizing existing hard copy data, but we also have other sources of data that are emerging that would also be valuable or useful. And I think there needs to be a sort of appreciation of both that. Yes, absolutely, there should be increase even in access or publication or openness even in access of data from the African context, but also at the same time embracing new sources that are emerging.
Thank you, Andrew. Well, the other people were supposed to be back now, but I think we still have 2 minutes to take your questions until they're here. I think you were the next one.
Okay, my name is Ogendo. Andrew, would like to ask you if the tags is an API that is subscriptional, and is it able to collect information from other platforms, maybe a search engine like Google or Facebook? Thank you.
Okay, now I really like this question because one of the things we've had, and I had sort of mentioned it very fast at the end there, was the dynamics of what's happening with the world of AI or even the tools that we use. So tags was fantastic, and I must be open about how we use it, and it's really useful. It is specifically for reports. I mentioned that it was as at the time when Elon Musk took over Twitter and put up a paywall and made it such that if you are now gathering data from Twitter, it is no longer free and you need to pay for it. Tags, therefore, had to
Thank you. Okay, we'll take one last question now because I think people will be coming back soon.
Yes, thank you very much. I'm asking a question again. In the morning I asked something on AI, but this time around, because I'm coming from academia, the first question is on curriculum inclusion of AI. Like Technical University of Kenya, we are already teaching artificial intelligence units in the School of Computing and also School of Business in Management Science Department. What you need to do is, as the creators of AI, a company like Microsoft, you can introduce your programs here by first of all even training the lecturers. If you can train the lecturers to come up to date with the collection of data, it will be better off. Because myself, I teach business statistics and the research methods, but we keep on struggling to collect this small data through visiting places to collect the data. So we should be trained on how we collect data, maybe through Facebook or other means. That is a question as well as a suggestion for that.
Andrew, what would you like to answer?
Okay, since it's mostly a suggestion, and I might
Yeah.
something I mentioned, which is, and I appreciate also if you are in the world, you know, if you're looking for data, and I appreciate the world of statistics, which is really dependent on getting data. Then yes, getting or keeping up to date with sources of data is quite important. And I appreciate what you said about if you receive training. And you mentioned one of the larger providers in terms of Microsoft. I've also noticed as an academic, just in my own way, something Brody also mentioned, where she also put forward the fact that we are having to keep up with the trends and the tools that are available. And we're signing up to things. In fact, I also have Google Alerts, which shows me where opportunities for, I'm just putting keywords, you know, to put in trends that are coming up or tools that are coming up. I'm also in discussion boards or groups like the ones on LinkedIn. We also get free LinkedIn training on some of these things if you're signed up on it. But I appreciate it, you know, from time to time, there probably would be or should be tutors who also get support to update themselves on what's available, what's coming up. And in fact, one of my own experiences, I'll say, is even then, when our teams were being constituted as a teaching team that would deliver on anything related to anything AI, big data, or digital skills, even selection of who has that interest became an important part. You know, which teachers was, you know, if I'm also being practical, not everyone was, you know, part of this or want to be part of this. But those with an interest certainly should be involved.
Well, thank you very much, Andrew. Let's give a round of applause to Andrew. I think what both talks today had in common was that they were about transforming education, which is necessary in order to prepare the learners for their future. Thank you both for giving us examples for this. I will end the session now. Thank you all for participating. Thank you, Andrew. Thank you, Claudia. Bye-bye.
Thank you.
Nuremberg. It's a long German word, a long German city, where he also holds the UNESCO chair in digital culture and arts in education and leads the Associated Nuremberg Academy for Digital Culture and Performative Education. So Jörsen, he is really an expert which concerns AI in art education. So his work explores the intersection of education, culture, and mediality in digital transformation. And I'm really excited to hear your keynote, and I hand over to you, Benjamin Jörsen. Thank you. So I think it's better you do it live. So we have, around 40 minutes, I'd say. Should we give you a sign, or do you have the time, in mind?
Time is running.
Okay, perfect. So 40 minutes, please. Thank you.
I will probably keep 45. Sorry.
He is a frequent judge of international design competitions and currently holds 30+ international and US patents. That's a heavy dossier that comes to you when we're interacting with him. So I want you to listen to him. He's smiling already. I want you to listen to him for this moment, and then I think we should enjoy ourselves. Thank you. Welcome, Mark Davis.
Thanks so much. That's embarrassing and very painful to listen to. But I thanks. I want to thank the university for giving me this. And smartphones to entertainment as well. Spent some time in television and movies, and all of those things taught me just how to use the tools to be creative. Don't take anything for granted, just see what can be done and push the boundaries. And that's been a really exciting part of learning as I went through my engineering career. Early on, I was never satisfied with the user interface on software. So I love this quote by Andre. The way that I complain about software is trying to make better software. So, you know, taking an experience, seeing what can be improved, and just iterating so that we can come out with better products for real humans. Luckily for me, I landed at a company that really exercised sort of all my creativity across industry. Autodesk, if you look around the world, they're in the built environment. They make automobiles, they're in manufacturing, they make architecture, bridges, tunnels, roads, but also entertainment. Games and movies are made primarily with Autodesk software. So it was a great experience for me, being able to lead research and try new things in my career, and I'm very grateful I got the opportunity to push the boundaries with this company. So for myself, as a designer and as an engineer, this was the way that I was taught in design school. Right? First, we find out, what's feasible with the current state of technology. What is it able to do? What is it not able to do? How do we need to work around what's possible? Second, do users seem to want it? Is it a good enough experience where they look at it and say, yes, that's something I would use, that's something I would pay for, that is an experience that I enjoy. Third, and really most important for designers these days, I think, is there a valid business case? Is this going to bring revenue to a company? Is it going to affect the bottom line? Is it going to be a viable business operation? So that's the way that I was taught. And when I did product design, those were always sort of the core tenets. And in my experience in industrial design and in product design, it was very much an evolutionary approach. It was basically take the last year's product or the next year's product and try and improve on it, try and push forward with some new features, some new functionality, take advantage of a hardware-software integration, see what's possible to do. And the way to do that back in the day was creating specifications. So as a user interface designer, as a product designer, you had to draw out every single action. This particular project was trying to unify one-handed navigation. So you could, be commuting on a subway and still be using your smartphone, not very smartphone back in the day. And so you had to write every single action for the developers. If it was the contacts app or if it was another application on the device, you had to tell them exactly what everything did so that they could program it. And that was how I was raised in the design world. Create a specification, work with the engineer to code up the software. And again, just hours and hours spent painstakingly recreating what the action was supposed to do so that the experience would be simple and delightful. Then along came the iPhone and really just unprecedented computing power in your pocket. So, with the introduction of the smartphone, there was more technology in the first iPhone than more computing power than in the initial space shuttle. Moore's Law, the advance of technology, the power that you have in your pocket just kept increasing over and over. And that was one of the key trends that just unlocked new ways to engineer and design. So what are computers really good at? One of the things they are good at, and that what powers machine learning, is patterns. Being able to look at patterns. It doesn't matter if it's in language, if it's in artwork, if it's in construction, if it's in media and entertainment. The computer is really good at processing patterns and understanding the relationships between them. And that is really a key to unlocking some of the power on the machine learning side. Excuse me. Why are patterns useful? Well, if we can have enough data and train a system to recognize these patterns, then it can actually predict. It can get into prediction and let you know what's most likely, what's second most likely. In a large language model, for instance, that's really all the computer is doing. It ingested an enormous amount of data, understands the patterns between phrases and words, and can predict what the right thing to put after the next word is. So those are the three things that really powered machine learning in the modern age. I'm gonna explain two of the key technologies that I used and was really fortunate to help develop. The first one is generative design, and I'm going to compare sort of generative design to now what they call Gen AI, which is on the machine learning side, and sort of let you know what they're good at and what they're not good at. Generative design, of course, is a way for engineers to set objectives and constraints, goals and constraints in a particular design, and then let the computer work through all the iterations that are possible to give you, hundreds, even thousands of options, and let you narrow down to a design that best meets the goals and constraints. When you're doing generative design, it's always a trade-off. It's an evolutionary algorithm. So you're always looking at what are the objectives of my design, and how can I let the computer assist me in making sure I get the most high-performing design. And that's the basis of it. Here's a little video to show more. So that was a primer in generative design happening now. That was probably 7 or 8 years ago. So this is continuing to improve, continuing to be more capable. And in order to compare generative design with Gen AI and some of the other machine learning approaches, I think about generative design as searching. So if you think about the quadcopter that we just saw, being able to say, okay, I'd like to experiment with this material. These are the types of manufacturing methods I'd like to consider. These are my objectives. I want the lightest and strongest material. And then what kind of systems are going to be included, just to include, physics. In this case, picking a motor, picking a battery package. And then being able to go out on the web or on a private cloud and exhaustively search, for all the possible solutions. So coming back with one that meets your criteria, understanding how the system is developing, and being able to save that knowledge into a knowledge base, so the next person that comes and wants to design a similar piece of mechanical equipment can do so a lot easier, because 10 or 20 or even 1,000 people have designed that before. So that's one of the key methods for generative design. Now, generative AI is different. Generative AI is using generally adversarial networks. So deep neural networks takes a vast amount of data and again just goes and looks for the patterns in the data in order to predict what you might want in the future. So obviously, with advances that are only 24 months old with ChatGPT, it's really turned the world on its head. But engineering has been looking at this and planning for this for a while. The real innovation was just making it so approachable to everyone across the world. I'll give you a generative AI, as opposed to generative design, is more designing by example. So it's looking at previous examples of mechanical designs and other parts and saying, how can I learn for that? How can I contribute and design something similar? So, you know, in programming, we can just say, look, you understand this piece of artwork on the right, please just place colored circles until you can recreate that type of illustration. And, you know, the computer doesn't understand, in this case, much more than the patterns. It sees what the objective is on the right. It knows how to place circles of various colors, of various opacities, and it can just place them until it solves to a point where it says, what do you think about this? So this is more, you know, the machine learning algorithms are really just looking at patterns and trying to recreate. So it's a lot more difficult to do original work using Gen AI technology. But I want to go a little bit into the history, how this technology developed, and just show you the progression of how it's moving forward. So, you know, this was a real watershed moment. You know, the best chess player in the world, Garry Kasparov, is beaten by a computer. I think people were, at the time, were just blown away that this could happen. You know, how can a computer outthink, you know, the world's premier chess master? You know, of course, it didn't stop there. You know, IBM and Big Blue were able to beat the best humans in Jeopardy. So, you know, this was another watershed moment in artificial intelligence, understanding that a computer can memorize and actually recall and do better than a human can do, faster and quicker. Another sort of key moment in the evolution of artificial intelligence. And then finally, you know, this one, I think, just on the sheer scope of it, you know, the game of Go has, they say, has more possible moves than, you know, atoms in the universe. This was a real feat for, you know, Google's artificial intelligence to beat the best master Go players. Those are a couple milestones along the way, and we'll come back to that later as I wrap up in my manifesto of where I think this is going. So in order to just track how this is being applied to engineering, these are tools that modern engineers have to acknowledge. If you're not paying attention, you're not understanding how these things are developing, you know, you really risk being left behind as an engineer. You know, so early on, before I was in research, I would just try and look at all the newest software that was coming out and say, what does it do differently? What does it do better? But these sort of progressions really happened in academia. This was not happening in the commercial world. This was developed very quickly, you know, in academia and through publishing papers. You know, AI research has been around for 45 years, even longer. And, you know, it's just for academics and students pushing this forward. This is why we are where we are right now. We really have them to thank. So just looking at some of the problems that this can easily solve, the first is, of course, recognition. And, you know, this has been a solved problem for probably close to a decade now, right? So this is real time. This is live video. You know, you can run this on your cell phone. It basically can instantly recognize objects, what they are, and apply a label to them, and, you know, basically set them up for training. We quickly realized that same technology can be applied into industry. So if you're in a factory and you're trying to understand production, you need some recognition. You need to understand where the people are, where the objects are, for safety reasons, for productivity, for factory efficiency. So, you know, that was a key learning, is taking some of this recognition technology and start to apply it into different industries, in this case, automotive. The next sort of problem that solved was really onto video. So being able to, again, this is all in real time, being able to take video and instantly, like with pixels, be able to alter it, be able to do the not only the capture, but recognition and then some generation on top of the video. That was another sort of key move in the scientific world across. Style transfer, there's some incredible techniques that are even being applied in 3D geometry now. I don't have any examples of that in this presentation, but this was simplistic artistic style transfer, something very controversial after, ChatGPT and OpenAI came out with the ability to influence work and, copy artistic styles. But, back 10 years ago, 8 years ago, this was, 2016, so 8 years ago, this was a real breakthrough, and just being able to say, I have this style, I want to transfer it over here. Let me paint like, one of the masters. And then this was a key moment. Being somebody who's worked in 3D my whole career, being able to just go from recognition to actually generating 3D models. That's a big leap. So, and this again, probably 7, 8 years old, this is instantly generating 3D geometry in real time. So these things all combine to push forward, the world of this area of research, and going from, recognition to generation and then prediction. This is one of the latest pieces, projects from Autodesk Research. This is titled Multimodal 3D Generation, which really just means it can take multiple inputs. So you'll see you can input sketch, you can input via picture, you could input some voxels in 3D. No matter what you give the system, it tries to interpret what an engineer, designer's intent is, and start fabricating or generating geometry that they think solves the problem. So we'll watch this video briefly. Again, in the mechanical world, being able to take a mechanical design and iterate on it. In this case, these are very simplistic shapes, but again, you can type in a prompt. I want a chair or a water picture or a spatula, type into the line. You can sketch a spatula. You can give it pictures of a spatula, and it'll start generating 3D shapes. And these are high quality 3D shapes. 5 years ago, we wouldn't get good geometry out of the systems. But in order to 3D print, you have to have manifold shapes. So it started making really closed, good closed geometry, and being able to fabricate entire scenes just by, never using CAD at all. Basically, just talking to the system or sketching to the system, and having it, create objects without having to do quote CAD. So that's a big breakthrough from where we were 10 years ago up to now. This was the latest in the last several months from Autodesk, really looking at how can designers and engineers start benefiting from everything that was designed and engineered before them. And then in the world of media and entertainment, this to me is just incredible. This is all synthetic video. So from OpenAI, there's a series of routines and algorithms now that they've branded Sora. And this is one person sitting at their desk, and in 2 weeks' time creating photoreal full-length movie. This is only, I think, about a 3 or 5 minute video, but this is all, nothing in here is real. It's called Battalion, incredible filmmaker. Nothing that you're seeing is shot with a camera. It's all synthetic video. So imagine for film production, they're not going to need a crew, lighting, locations, transportation. This is really going to impact the world of filmmaking. And, it's such a powerful tool, incredible photorealism, all created from a prompt. This particular movie you can look at online, and there was 8 or 10 tools used to make this movie. But again, a single person in a matter of 2 weeks, creating all these characters, all this dialogue, all these scenes with Gen AI. Okay. So that's a little bit about both technologies. So I talked about generative design. We looked at the example with the drone, with some of the other things in that video. With Gen AI, we looked, at a couple different examples: the rise of machine learning, and that last piece focused on media and entertainment. The really important part here, I think, for engineers and for designers is understanding that the difference between these two technologies and how they are complementary. Generative design, again, precise, very repeatable. It's engineering validated. It's actually doing physical simulations and real physics. So you can rely on those results. On the downside, generative design is relatively slow. When you get a quick result back from a Gen AI setup, it seems like an eternity to wait a day or even 2 days for 100 machines in the cloud to return in a result. Still incredible compute power, but compared to Gen AI, at a prompt and getting an answer in a second, seems outdated. It's also really difficult for engineers to learn and to initially set up a problem. I think it's one of the key things that held back the commercial success of generative design from the start. And critically, generative design doesn't learn. You set up a problem, it goes and solves the problem, it comes back and gives you a scientifically valid answer, but it's not learning on what it's just done. It's not building on that. On the other side, generative AI, the positive, it is really precise. So you can do imprecise. So you can do a lot of exploration and not have to worry about being scientifically valid, right? It gives you random results. So rather than being repeatable, it'll give you all sorts of, if you've ever tried to generate images with some of the image generation stuff, you really can't predict what you're going to get, but it does produce something. On the sort of physical side, it's not validated by an engineer. If you tried to do engineering work with Gen AI, there's no confidence that it would produce anything that was actually a valid engineering design. But it is quick. So, on the negative side, it's very fast in comparison, right? You can type in a prompt and in a half second you have, an answer back. It's really easy to use. Anybody can type into a prompt. When you start looking at multimodal, people can speak to the computer, they can sketch to the computer, they can provide images for it to learn from as input. So it's very approachable. And again, I think that's one of the key successes for tools like ChatGPT and the other companies that are putting out large language models. They have an interface that humans can understand. So it's really easy to type into a prompt and iterate on that to see if you can get what you're looking for. The most important thing about Gen AI is it is constantly learning. So as you're using it, as you're getting results, it's learning not only how to give you better answers, but more about what you want out of a design. So I'm going to show a couple examples here in the real world. And I'm going to use this metaphor for autonomous driving. So I don't know if anybody's seen this before, but 0 to 5, right? This is the standard for considering automation. And I'm not sure about Nairobi, but in San Francisco there are cars driving around now with no driver. They are taxis, Waymo taxis, and they have high automation. So they're number 4. They can drive around the city and drop you off and even get on and off the freeway now legally in California and Nevada in the United States. without any driver in the car. So, you know, it's probably went into beta a year and a half ago. Now it's open and, you know, just like Uber, except there's no driver involved. Quite spooky, actually. But let's just compare sort of, if we call, you know, simulation, the generative design side, and AI, you know, the machine learning side. This is a typical simple fluid dynamics simulation. So just, you know, what's the coefficient of friction over a vehicle? And this is something that you would send up to a cloud. You could have multiple processors working on it, or even hundreds of machines, you know, up on the Amazon cloud and such. And this would typically take about 5 hours. Again, this example is 6 years old, so this could be done much quicker today and be much more complex, but you get the idea. In comparison, now if you have all the data to train this model, you can get the same result within 95% accuracy in a half a second. So, I mean, and again, this is 6 years old. So think about the power that is coming now from, you know, machine learning, as opposed to raw compute power, having to have a cluster of machines computing something versus it's already been trained on the data, ask for the answer and get the answer. So I'm gonna sort of round this out before my close with a couple practical examples. And we're going to use generative design with a manufacturing example on the left with Philippe Stark, and we're going to use Gen AI and an architectural example on the right. It's Gensler was the architect for NVIDIA headquarters in Santa Clara, California. So first we'll go for the mechanical example using generative design. Philippe Stark, one of the, you know, best designers in the world, not only designs chairs, but restaurants and spacecraft and boats, all sorts of stuff. The guy is a genius and, you know, has been the preeminent designer for decades. And he legitimately has designed, it's a fact, more chairs than anyone else in the world. So that's been one of his passions since he was, you know, an early designer. And he has in his head what he thinks the perfect chair can be for a human. When he saw this technology, he really was curious about how can it augment my creativity? How can it unblock some of the creative ideas that I've had and help me design better? And we partnered with him. We went over and sort of started to explain to him what the system could do and what the system couldn't do. And, you know, in this case of this chair, you know, you need to give it fixed points, the legs that it's going to stand on. You have to understand what the weight of the person is, where you want to rest your arms, how it will, at what forces it will tip over. So you basically set up a generative design problem with these constraints and let the computer run through the examples. And so this was the problem that we gave the system. Can generative design find a solution to support my body with the least amount of material? So being as elegant as you can in the design, but also as strong, rigid and structurally sound as possible. And this is some of the results that came back initially. This led to the creation of this chair, which is now, you know, commercially available through Cartel, through the partnership with Philippe Stark and Cartel. So again, putting in these constraints, letting it work on the physics, literally hundreds of thousands of versions over 9 months. Philippe working with the system, working with his designers, saying what he appreciated about the design, what was not desirable, and just having the computer iterate and iterate and iterate until it came up with something that he thought solved the problem. This is a little video of the prototype that we made that would actually run through all the versions of the design. Again, we're looking at a strain calculation here, like what is the least amount of material that we can use. In this case, we were exploring wood. So this is going from our prototype into Autodesk production tools at the time, looking at the stress and the strain on different members and how could they be manufactured. And key for this project was really looking at the manufacturing constraints. How can we drive a 3D CNC mill to manufacture this piece of furniture? With Philippe's project, it was actually mold injection. So we were looking at, the viscosity of the material, how long it needed to be in the mold. We put in constraints for stacking so that the stairs could stack onto each other. And then Cartel and Philippe came up with a material choice, which was 90% recycled plastic. So this was, at the time, a real breakthrough, working with one of the best designers on the planet and a machine. How can they collaborate? How can they work together to create the most beautiful object possible? So that was the manufacturing example with Gen Design. Back to this metaphor for autonomous driving. I'll just adapt this a little bit for architecture. So imagine, on the left, no automation. This is modern day CAD. You push a mouse around and you have to basically draw what you want. Goes into a house plan that gets printed out on paper in the old way, and they sit in a trailer on a construction site and build the building. Second level, design task automation. Third, helps with some layouts. Layout synthesis brings a lot of the layout optimization and actual synthesis together at a floor plan level. Level 4, equivalent to a taxi driving around with no driver, building synthesis. Can we actually make a building, design a building without key input from a human, because we know enough about buildings to do that? And then, of course, the holy grail, could the system help design a city? So for this project, I'm going to use, again, Gensler Architects, largest architectural firm in the world, working with one of the leading tech companies in the world to build their headquarters in Santa Clara. And so we started out with this project in order to ramp up the research, looking at real simple types of construction. In this case, we were looking at Japanese architecture, being able to give the computer a prompt and having it give various versions of a design. And you'll see here just multimodal input. We're using a tablet to sketch lines, and instantly, because it knows the arrangement of this type of architecture and this type of floor plan, it's giving options against a program. So it's designing, the layout of the kitchen and the bedroom and the bathrooms. And that multimodal input is, you can go between a bubble representation or a sketch of the house, or down to detailed floor plan. So very quickly we were applying that into commercial construction, into a big project. How can we use that technology to input into a BIM system, in this case Autodesk Revit, and be able to automate the tasks that a drafter or designer or a junior engineer or a junior architect at Gensler could use to help with this incredible task of, and 5 weeks for every cycle to say, hey, can we try a different program for the number of rooms, for the different number of break rooms, for the number of conference rooms. And so we took this project. Let's see if this is going to start. There we go. So, putting in an address, going down to this building location. And again, just making, for an architect, being able to pick up a pen and sketch was much more natural than typing or talking or any of that. The architects and draftsmen very quickly were able to use this system, what they call test fits, to do various layouts for this building. So here they're saying, I want this many conference rooms, I want this many break rooms, I want this many kitchens, and being able to just sketch and having it fill in the optimal floor plate for these different types of different types of architectures in this building, different floor layouts and different facilities. Very interactive, very quick. And then being able to generate from that straight into actual BIM geometry, right? So this is real 3D objects. This is what you would get if you design the stuff from scratch in a 3D system. And then also instantly translating down into VR. So being able to put on a headset and within 90 seconds of just sketching a new layout, being able to wander through the space and understand what's it going to feel like. So that took, a really, and again, this was about 6 years old, took a really tedious task for designers from 5 weeks turnaround to a lead architect or a chief architect saying, I want a different layout here, to about a minute and a half to do a new layout and then visualize it in a way that they couldn't do before. So here's my close, and I understand this is going to be a bit controversial. It was the idea was to me when I started observing it, and I'm not set on this. I'm saying this is a possible future for engineering. But what has been true for me is very important to embrace the tools and try and use the tools and help develop the tools and keep the interface simple for humans. And so what we've got here on the graph, human engineering, this is basically a graph of design quality on the vertical over time. And the best teams of human engineers, and I'm talking, engineers at NASA, at Mercedes, at, some of the best engineering companies in the world, they can do incredible things. Those teams working together over time, they start out slow, but if you're trying to, build a rocket and, land men on Mars, they know how to do it. It's just a matter of laying it out and planning that project. So human engineering is very capable. And when we started out, the tools, the generative tools were very crude. They were not sophisticated. They were not very capable. A lot of trial and error to get them to work. But I think we very quickly went from the state-of-the-art engineering to what I just called generative engineering, being able to use the tools to do calculations and have a wider variety of viable designs to look at. But as time goes on here, the tools are getting better and better. Tools that are using both approaches, whether it's generative or machine learning, they're getting more sophisticated. They're able to do what I call multifunctional design. So if you have a building, they can calculate the electrical system, they can calculate the plumbing, they can do structural, they can look at weather, they can look at traffic patterns in the building. There's all sorts of design smarts that can be programmed into the system, including aesthetics. Like, how does it look? What do the materials feel like? How does it feel to be in the building? And get very precise recommendations from the system on the approachability of a space. As we keep going up, and again, this is ChatGPT has been around 24 months, right? It was 2 years ago this month when that was released. So large language models are making a huge impact on industry and on the world. What I call large geometric models was, for instance, what we saw with Project Bernini and Autodesk, being able to start synthesizing 3D geometry from past projects. The bar keeps going up, right? As we develop tools, level 4, this is the equivalent of, a taxi driving around without a driver, being able to have limited amount of input from an engineer, from a human, and be able to produce valid manufacturing designs and valid architectural designs. So, is it automatic? No. Do you need a human? Absolutely. Is it safe to use yet? No, it's not quite safe. But it's getting there, and it's getting there really quickly. So as AI-based engineering keeps going and going, we eventually get to a place, and I don't know when this is. It's very much of a manifesto to say when this might happen. But at some point, the engineering tools are going to get as good as human engineers. Then it's going to be a game changer, because then, you know, we're going to have these powerful tools. We're going to have the incredible insight and skill of humans working together. And that's, you know, what I'm calling autonomous engineering here. Again, far-based future, but something I think that is quite possible. So to wrap up here, you know, again, if we look at the timeline across the bottom, you know, Kasparov got beat in '97. In 2011, Jeopardy was taken down by IBM. 2016, Google was better. It was better than the world's best, you know, chess player, Go players. Now we get out to the introduction, as I said a couple years ago, ChatGPT. That's on language. There's also all the visual pieces, like the movie that I showed you, coming from Sora. It's just marching forward. So here we are, November 2024. We've got the tools that I showed you available today for engineers to use. And the humans have to stay on this blue line. You know, artificial intelligence is going to continue to accelerate. Human intelligence is continue to develop. The engineers and artists and architects and designers need to adopt these tools, need to embrace these tools and stay on that blue line to help get us to a better future. And that's my belief. Last point on the human part, if we're going to have ethics in using these tools, we have to have principles for humans to design these tools. And so using you know, any one of these technologies can quickly get away from the creative spirit and the contribution of humans. So human principles are critical to embed here in everything we do as engineers and artists and designers. That's what I had for you today, and I just want to thank the university for having me as a guest speaker. Thanks so much.
Thank you. Thank you very much for giving us this wonderful presentation. I don't think we ask questions in...
I don't think we...
Yeah. I mean, but it's very provocative, isn't it?
Yes. So I would tell one more story. In 2014, I attended a conference in Munich, and it was all the top automotive designers in the world. You know, all the German executives were in the audience, and there was a presenter in front of me that laid out this vision that said, in 20 years, steering wheels on cars will be outlawed. And everybody in the audience gasped and said, that will never happen. That's so ridiculous. And look, now we're 10 years into that 20 years, and there's taxis driving around major cities piloted not by humans. So, you know, was he that far off? No. I think on the trajectory we're on, it could actually, you know, the advancement could go that quickly. So, you know, whether you embrace that future, whether it's exciting or scary to you, you know, I believe that it's going to continue to affect engineering, and it's going to be, I think, a good thing for the planet.
Thank you. Okay. Yeah.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. I think that's a lot of things to chew and to worry about and to think about. I think we're going to give you a clap, and then we disappear into other things. We're going to do clapping Kano style. 1, 2, 3. Katabish. Okay. Moja, mbili, tatu. Funga. Fungua. Asanteni sana. Thank you very much for engaging us in this way. I think, you know, we can have more engagements with him. We have contacts and things like that, because the things that he has said are rather explosive. I am a creative myself, and I'm very worried because I write plays, and I'm wondering whether I shall be relevant in 1 year's time as these things go. Producers won't want my plays anymore. So thank you. Thank you.
Absolutely. Thanks, everybody. Have a great afternoon.
Thanks. Thank you. So I want to give back the mic to the moderator of Father. I hope you're feeling challenged. Or as jealous as Philip Stark. Eh? I think you should feel jealous.
Makofi, Makofi, Makofi. Thank you so much, Fred. Yeah, I want to go to the last session. We'll break into groups. Your departure depends on how well you manage your time. I would like to call the chairs of the session, and then we break into groups. Runette, session G, with Margaret Okumbe. Margaret Okumbe with Runette. And then Professor Mondi Okech, is he here? With Lily Kimaru, just come. Esther Kute was to be with Professor Deutsch. Then Ernst and Grace Gatere, session J. And then Jackie. Maggie, you're there twice. And then Christian, you're back again. Is Esther there? Try to write something. You come in and you can come and stay for a chair.
This time, Carl is presenting at far.
Wow, Kyle was supposed to present. We can give him a few minutes, then we just go straight into our sessions. So Jen will stand in for Omondi Okech. And then who else is missing? Professor Deutsch. Kedogo is standing for Professor Deutsch. So I'll start with the last session, which is AI in education ecosystems. Oh, there's also the last one, engineering the future. Christian? Oh, you're already here. Okay. Did you appear twice? Okay. Kedogo, please come so that we'll give Kyle a few minutes and then we just break off. So,
yeah.
Oh, he's already online waiting. So we just, session G, which is Runette and Margaret Okumbe, you'll go to F block. Huh? Oh. Has she already broken the groups down? Where is she? Where is she? Where is she? Where is she? Okay. Okay. Let's just break them up faster. So session G is Runette and Margaret Okumbe. You go to F block. Then session H, ethics, is you. Yes. And Flora. You go to the library. And then session J, Ernst and Grace. Where is Grace? you go to the second F block. Here is Grace. And then session K, Jackie and Okumbe. You go to S block. And then the last one, engineering the future, will remain here because there are more people, which is chaired by Christian, and Cindy Gori is the rapporteur. Okay, which group is it?
Yes.
Which group is it?
The education and ecosystems. This is what Kyle's presentation should be part of.
Yes.
It's
taking up a Dutch space.
So no, it could be better. Maybe that should be here in this room.
Just a minute, just a minute. Which group was he, Michelle? Which group is he?
There he is. Here's
Kyle, which group is he?
He should be in education, art education. This should be the one.
Yeah. Where were you going to?
This one, Dr. Ernst, I'm presenting at the same time. So if we merge these two groups.
Yeah, they can be merged. Yeah.
Care was in the first group, the very first one that was
yeah. So group J and E, K will remain here. Then we'll take group L to who's going to F block? I want to shift you to S block. Then we have this last group of engineering the future go to F block. Huh? Two groups are going to F block. So I'll shift you to S block, and then session L goes to F block. Okay? So let me just start again. Session E, which is Runette, will go to F block. Now you're going to S block. And then session H was also going to F block. Then session H, we are merging with session K, they'll remain here. And then session L goes to F block. So F block is this block here. We go to the first floor. That's F block. And then S block is on the other side. So those going for session H are going to the library. That's when Professor Doch was supposed to chair. You go to the library. Oh, okay, Jane. So session H, please follow these two ladies, those two beautiful ladies. Yes. Yeah. Yes. Session H, please follow these two. Which one are you sharing? L, the one for engineering the future. Elizabeth, is she here? Anybody from design? It's just up the stairs here. I'll come just now. Session G. That one is remaining here.
Is it S block on the 4th floor again?
Yes.
Any venue there?
Mbogo, naomba nisaidie kidogo. Nipeleke watu wa F block. F block, yeah. Go with him. No, it should be open. F block. F12, the computer lab. There are 2 rooms inside. No. Dutch has not been given out. Session H, please go. Session I. The presenters are going alone. Please, let's break into sessions. Session J and K remain here. So you're chairing? Here. Have you given them already? Do you have wanabaki hapa? Education and these two. So here we have section H and section J. They remain here. And then L, go to F block. So Nani is waiting online.
G's here. Yeah, G was the first one. It, so you have to really certain.
F block.
Oh, not here.
No, F block.
F block.
F block has 2 rooms. Just say G.
Okay, G is in F block.
You have your book. Just come and check.
So, just to be clear, say again, the ones who are remaining here.
Remaining here are these two. These last two.
This K and J.
Yes, they remain here.
So, and who's chairing them?
Which one?
So I take over that person.
You can share here. Just share those. Where are you presenting?
Any idea?
F block.
It's F4.
F first floor. There are 2 rooms.
Oh, first floor. Fine.
Which one?
Well,
F block.
first floor is under
F block.
Did we go to the boardroom is open? Oh, F block.
We are already in F block. Remember, we are left.
This one here. First floor.
Okay, all right, so I'm Carl Roth from the University of Pretoria, and I'm essentially presenting an AI-based design project that was conducted at the University of Pretoria at the end of 2023. The project did consist of, 44 students took part, but owing to time limitations, I'm just going to be liberal and use some bits and pieces from a selected 5. The exhibition that's on display at the back I encourage you to have a look. That is, there's 8 of the projects there. So in case I don't explain them well enough, you can take your time and read through them there. Okay. All right. So essentially, my research interest in AI is specifically around Baudrillard and his idea of simulacra, because I think that his idea of simulacra is maybe one of the best ways that we can understand how AI works in terms of generating duplicates upon duplicates upon duplicates of what he calls these fake signs. And I think especially within a design curriculum, which I'll explain. But for the moment, I am going to step away from Baudrillard so that I don't have much time, but also so that I can get directly into the student project. So as I said, it is a practice-led project. It's given to the 4th years at exit level. What's important to sort of say here is that the project was delivered in 3 parts, and it was each part had its own brief. But it was a blind brief, so the students had to finish part 1 before they were briefed on part 2. So they weren't sure what was coming next. And you'll see why we did that in a moment. Okay, but in the first, and this ran for essentially 3 days, the students were forced to generate an entire concept around a non-specified brand. So they had to start from scratch. That was the brief. They had to come up with a brand, they had to come up with a target market, a vision and mission, and then develop a corporate identity system by means of generative AI alone. I'm going to just very quickly run you through just a quick introduction of the 5 that I'm going to discuss in bits and pieces. So the first one is Bronwyn Sinclair's Artificial Invasion. It's a tongue-in-cheek critique on companies that have adopted AI late. So she came up with the idea by chatting with ChatGPT, as all the students had to do when they started. And together, in other words, the student and this non-sentient ChatGPT, in her case, they developed this ice cream brand, and it's zombie influenced, and the idea of a dying brand, a brand that did not adopt AI as a marketing strategy early enough. And then there will also be Johan Stein's The Atrium. It's a brand this one's quite interesting. You'll see it's a brand that's intended to mimic a kind of crime investigator's table. This kind of like fictitious company that's involved in laundering. So essentially it's a fake brand that's trying to come across as a real company. And what's very interesting here is when Johan was speaking with ChatGPT, he was talking to the AI to help him develop a brand that promotes the fakeness of AI programs, just like ChatGPT. It was interesting to see how ChatGPT kind of exposed in which ways it is kind of like a fake. It's not fake, but it's yeah. Anyway. And then we have Rachel van Sale's Designer in the Dark. It's the brand that was created was called Shadow. So this was for a restaurant that would serve sighted people, but they would be blindfolded to get some kind of idea of how it may be to taste or have the taste sensation if you are blind. There's obviously a lot of problematic blind people are not just blind for an evening. But the intention here was to investigate kind of the degree in which AI could navigate disability sensitivities and see to what degree it would kind of understand or be sensitive to those kinds of things. The 4th one is Margaret Minar's Grannies. It's a concept for a restaurant that brings to the fore these long-lost South African recipes that are only known to South African grandmothers. And the idea here was to see if AI had knowledge of things that shouldn't actually be on the internet. these kind of recipes that are given from grandmother to grandmother, or great-grandmother to great-grandmother. And surprise, surprise, it knew quite a bit of them. And then the final one is Hendrik Smith's project, which highlights online and social media fatigue. So his chats with ChatGPT resulted in creating this kind of intervention app. They called it Cutoff, so that by way of actual electrocution, so making the phone malfunction in a way that it starts short-circuiting as a way to physically zap the user, like almost like a dog shock collar, if they've spent time on their cellular devices. So you can see there's a maniacal aspect to ChatGPT as well. Okay, the point of this phase, though, was not really to the extent to which these identity systems actually served as viable branding tools. In fact, us choosing corporate identity design was more or less arbitrary. It could have been an animation project. It came down to convenience of time. But that wasn't the aim anyway. The aim was for students to in some way test the limits of the current AI systems at the time and to see where and to what extent AI could think on behalf of the designer. All right. Then in the second phase of the project, the students were instructed to, so this was the second brief, they were instructed to craft and tweak, manipulate, or totally overhaul the content. So here they were again looking at brand tone, mission statement, logo type, and the branding collateral. And at this point, the design students were tasked with trying to align the concept of the brand that they'd now come up with the kind of imagery that was being generated on some of the image generation AI, so that the two would link. And this is where it starts becoming interesting. Throughout, before they were briefed on the third one, they were told that they had to keep a journal, essentially a logbook, that as they went along, they had to record exactly how many times they had to prompt, what the results of the prompts were, where they became frustrated, where AI was useful. So to keep this kind of logbook. So they had to take extensive notes, as well as draw out concepts, planning sketches, everything by hand, with the intention to document each step. The idea is that they're documenting their thinking process along AI's thinking process, alongside AI's thinking process. And then as the third part of the project, they then were told that they now need to refer back to their logbook, and they have to use those reflections to create a self-generated infographic. And this is essentially self-reporting. Where did it help? Where did it not help? Where were the frustrations? And this is I'm not going to go through all of the 5. I'm going to go through parts of the 5, and that's what I'm going to focus on now. So in terms of the brand tone, interestingly, a common thread amongst many of the 44 students was that AI, or that they commented on AI's ineptitude for humor. So for instance, Bronwyn Sinclair notes that when she prompted the AI to generate a humorous brand tone, it tended to present these very punny Americanisms. So she then went a little bit further with the prompt and said, all right, speak to an audience who enjoys the humor of Monty Python. And this is what it came up with. Those of you who are familiar with Monty Python, please try to see if you see anything Monty Python-like. And hi there, hey there, we're insert company name, the company that took its time embracing artificial intelligence. Sure, everyone else has been doing this for years, but we arrived fashionably late. And remember also, this is meant to be a brand for an apocalyptic zombie-based ice cream. I would say there's very little in the way of the dry British humor or absurdity that's iconic of this well-known sitcom. And the student also noted here that from the onset, simply trying to establish a concept for this kind of brand took over 6 to develop a rough draft from which she could further develop. which took several hours to do. She also noted AI's lack of ability to generate a uniquely crafted strategy, something that is ownable for the brand, because it uses such generic kind of puns. And because it's relying on frequently used terms, frequently used ways of speaking, and then likely associations. And then in terms of name generation, it took her over 112 prompts. And it became clear here, actually, the student did not request any rhetorical language tools to be used. But 74% of her outcomes, ChatGPT insisted on using alliteration. And that may be because of the kind of like age-old branding thing of make it stick, so have alliteration. So some of the examples, I've got a circle there that has on the left-hand side, but if you can't read them, I'll read. So it was, again, remember this is a zombie-based brand. So mischief mixed, pandemonium parlor, tumultuous treats, revelry ripple, insanity infusions, fiasco freeze, and the list went on. Again, she did not prompt AI to do that. And then when she asked it to stop using alliteration, what it interpreted that meant was, okay, I'm going to change the words. So it made up words to make sure it could alliterate. So one of the examples, for example, is Charmageddon creams. To just make sure that, okay, we're sticking with alliteration. Then this is Johan Stein's, some of the logos that he generated. And he had access to one of the more sophisticated image generators, so Midjourney. And as you can see, even in one of these logos for a food and art exhibition, perhaps inspired by Paul Rand, he rounded the ones down that sort of were going where he wanted to 300. And I've just selected a few here. They were largely similar in approach, visual reduction in places, but a very particular overall layout. Almost all of them had this flat appearance, this flat design aesthetic. To me, they sort of look like those generic logos. I'm not sure if any of you know kind of Canva or Logopond. They tend to be very kind of generic. They're all vectorized and usually primary colors and symbols of literal cutlery, food items. And in 96% of his attempts, it paired it with a sans serif typeface. So again, this has been the dominant trend in design. I don't know if you have kept up, for example, with the motor industry, how they're all redesigning. They're becoming very, very flat. Those logos are becoming BMW, all of them becoming very, very flat. And sans serif typography is very much in that trend. And then same thing with regard to the brand collateral and rollout. So icon designs were almost always presented in vector-based single outline format with rounded corners. Again, this is a very generic design standard that has persisted since 2007. Patterns followed the same iconographic formula. They would usually tessellate the icons in either grid or brick tiling. And then in terms of the brand imagery, the photographic imagery, so AI inevitably generates this kind of generic stock imagery where they're trying to showcase everyday people with generic smiles, either relaxing, standing, or sitting in front of a computer usually, but almost always disconnected and glazed over stares. In this example, the eyes do not make any naturalistic sense. She appears to be adrift, not really engaged with the viewer. Interestingly, also, the skin always tends to be like perfectly smoothed, and it has this consistent grain over all the skin areas. Unless you ask it to create a wrinkled skin, that's kind of the default. This is Margaret Minnoz. There's a certain uncanniness to these faces, the eyes and skin in particular, as I mentioned. It's interesting that it generally defaults to this, again, this kind of American-esque stock imagery, something you can find on iStock Photo, or that you might find in your dentist's practice, that kind of cheesy photography. And of course, we have all the usual deformations. So if you have I'm sure you can see several, but if you have a look at the eye on the black woman on the right, have a look at her eye in relation to her glasses. Okay, and then where AI was able to produce some interesting level of detail, in this case with Rachel van Sale's one, she used a very simple prompt, a single strawberry in high contrast lighting that looks realistic. Interesting, that looks realistic. The AI produced a photograph that included some entirely random visual elements. Main body to produce something that mimics, I'm not sure if you're familiar with that, that trypophobia, fear of clusters of small holes that's been trending perhaps for the last decade, where people go, oh, I don't like holes. So this is my sense, is that if it was asked to produce a high contrast and dramatic high contrast lighting that looks realistic, it's interpreting this as you want something that's quite dramatic. So it might reference something like cinema noir or other dramatic and thrilling lighting. And there's a possibility there that that could have been associated with phobia in some way, phobia and high drama. And then even as the prompt became more specific, so you can see to the right, the AI still continued to create these small bumps or granules in its presentation. So it's kind of set in having those bumps. Again, making use of kind of averages or most frequently used algorithms. On the one hand, generative AI falls short.
Kyle, we can't hear you anymore. There's an interruption. Perhaps you switch off your camera. Can you switch off your camera, perhaps? Then it's better. Thank you. Continue, please.
Okay, so on the one hand, generative AI seems to fall short if the prompts are not detailed enough or they lack description. But on the other hand, if the designer is able to provide a detailed description of the desired image, it's likely the case that they already have a very good idea of exactly what they're looking for. And then this is going to mean that the AI will struggle to replicate or match what's in the designer's mental visualization. So on the left, we have that AI-generated or AI imagery, which has very artificial lighting, some strange white halos, and a nonsensical light source. On the right, the student was then so frustrated with the AI that she decided to photograph the objects herself. And she sent it through AI to see how it would apply this kind of dramatic lighting. So this is very much an example of AI on its own on the left with a prompt versus a designer using AI to enhance their own work on the right. So I hope these projects demonstrate something of a variety of approaches to investigating some of the limits and affordances of AI. I think that it might prove useful for designers to understand their role in working alongside AI. Again, if I haven't done these justice, please take the time to go have a look at them at the back. So I'm going to just quickly, I'm very close to ending here. So I just want to give a note on Baudrillard here. His work was primarily conducted in the 1970s, 80s, and 90s. Of simulacra is maybe just as relevant today with AI. So I'm not going to read through it. You can all read that. But I would adapt this to AI in suggesting that AI are kinds of shells, or they produce shells. So they're nothing more than a sort of like faux image. They're superficial in that they're ahistorical. The images look like they're real, but in fact, they are only really simulating the real. And as AI gets better, they'll simulate the real better, but they're still simulating. The images appear to be genuinely meaningful, but instead they are not. They're taken from a catalog of frequently used algorithms and data sets. So again, meaning is not really, it's ripped from the sign there. He refers to this as kind of an era of the liquidation of all referentials. So we as humans are driven toward meaning making. We must find meaning in everything we do. And this is a commonly held idea in, of course, the humanities, the social sciences, hard sciences, law, medicine, and just about every other academic sector. And we observe the world by means of mapping, collecting, and then storing patterns. This is my second. So this is an image that was showcased actually earlier in the conference by Benjamin. I included this because I thought it was a nice way to end. I'm not trying to suggest that we shouldn't have fears or anxieties, but maybe to assuage some of them. About like, what are our jobs as designers, and what is our worth going to be in the near and current future of AI? So AI will get better and better, but on the other hand, as we're seeing, as AI learns more, it is also repeating more and more of the mistakes and building its algorithms around its mistakes as well. But regardless, it's precisely because the content generated by AI is, in Baudrillard's words, simulative. So it's not inherently meaningful. So designers have a directorial role here, and that directorial role is even more meaningful and crucial today. In the case of generative AI, we need the designer to be able to structure and embed rhetorical meaning into this AI-generated imagery. If we have a look at that image, there's many problematic aspects there. We've got blinds that don't really look like blinds. We've got a half cut off Mac, a table that has no legs, and equally a female character that has no legs. I mean, this is obviously a very dramatic version, but it is the job of the designer to work on this kind of thing, to fill it with images, not just the technical corrections, but to fill it with meaning. It's the designer's role to direct the audience and cultivate a preferred reading. Today and in the future, I think the designer will be needed perhaps less in needing to create, but perhaps rather to guide meaning making. All right, that's it from me. If you would like to have a look at or if you'd like to, in your own time, look at the 8 projects, you can scan this QR code. Thank you.
Thank you, Kyle. Are there any questions or comments? No. I think we are all a bit tired, but there's one question.
Hello, Carl. This is Michaela. I just wanted
Hi,
to
Michaela.
say that I really enjoyed your presentation. It was great to see all these examples, and I think they visualized very well what is possible with AI and what the limits are. Thank you.
Okay, so thank you very much, Carl. I hope that you enjoy the next 2 presentations of this session. Stay online. And I hand over to Jackie for her presentation now.
as they're setting up my PowerPoint, I thought I'd give a brief introduction. My title is Graffiti Art and Artificial Intelligence. And we wanted to evaluate the effectiveness and adaptability of AI in graffiti in Nairobi City. I did the research with Job Allen, who is also a colleague here in the journalism department. We wanted to explore the adaptability of AI in graffiti art in Nairobi, like I said, and we wanted to highlight the potential, AI's potential to enhance creativity and expand artistic capabilities for the graffiti sector. So we were leveraging visual analysis and theories of AI. Next slide. So before I begin, I just wanted to share the cultural landscape of graffiti in Nairobi. And we grouped it into 3 areas. That is social commentary. This is one of the areas where graffiti becomes rampant in Nairobi, especially, for example, like a few months ago, actually most of this year we've been dealing with a lot of femicide. That is women being killed for just being women. And graffiti artists have really come up to express that. The other area was cultural identity. So in Nairobi, most of our youth speak this language called Sheng, and giving that cultural identity, most of them identify so much with that language. So Sheng came up in the 80s, but it keeps evolving. And right now, if anyone speaks Sheng, I cannot understand, but they understand each other. So it is kind of some cultural identity, especially for the people who dwell in Nairobi or the city. And then political expression. As much as we may seem to the rest of Africa that we have some kind of democracy, we know people have disappeared for expressing their political views. And so sometimes we use graffiti to express those things that cannot be said. Yeah. Next slide. So Job Allen, the person we were writing the paper with, he had done research on graffiti art in Nairobi, and he asked me if I could see how we can adopt AI. And so my area was bringing in the artificial intelligence. And we were hoping to see if it can cover the 3 areas, that is enhancing creativity amongst the graffiti artists, and then interactivity and engagement. And what we were hoping to see here is to bring in the audience, because most of the time when you do art, it is always the artist and their expressions and their feelings. They don't get a chance to interact with the audience as they create the art. So we thought, let's see what happens when we go into this direction. And then audience analysis, we see how people respond to maybe AI-generated graffiti or mixing the human touch with the tools of AI to create something like graffiti. Next slide. So the picture on the right is it's a culture in Nairobi called the matatu culture, and most of our matatus have graffiti art. I can say, unfortunately, most of the art is inspired by hip-hop culture from the US. Even though this is is famous now. Initially, before we got here, you know, the culture of rebelliousness in graffiti art, actually, these modes of transport are actually considered unruly because they don't follow traffic rules and they misbehave on the road. And so at some time, graffiti art was banned on these matatus. The challenges of integrating AI into Nairobi culture or Nairobi art or into graffiti, first is the anonymity and brand identity, because most of our graffiti artists, even though they're famous, they don't actually use their names. They're like gamers. They use nicknames, and it's not easy to spot them because most of the time they do their work at night. So anonymity complicates branding. And then another thing, most of the time they target abandoned buildings or not so conducive places. So let's say if you go to somewhere that is considered not upmarket and you find any graffiti artworks, you know, it was considered vandalism. And actually, if a police walks by and finds you vandalizing public property, of course you're going to jail. So it's so hard for brands, corporate brands, to want to work with them because of their kind of culture and also their anonymity, because you know most brands want to work with people with a profile and people with a reputation. So that was one challenge. And then number two, perception of graffiti, the stigma it comes with. The kind of people who do the graffiti work and the kind of, say, brands that would want to work with graffiti artists, there is a mismatch because of how they perceive graffiti. But that doesn't mean that there are people who have not worked with graffiti artists. We shall see as we progress with the presentation. And then also, of course, the financial constraints. It's not like most of graffiti artists do not come from privileged backgrounds. Yeah, they come from, I'd say, poor backgrounds, and this is where mostly they do their art. Next slide. So, for example, this building is just opposite our university. It's a government building. It's the Telcom House. This is one example where a graffiti artist worked with government they wanted to enhance the outlook of that street, this street called Haile Selassie. So I think this is an example of AI's potential to transform graffiti art because enhanced creativity. This work was actually done by a student at Kenyatta University. And I was there when he was making his presentation, and he was very excited because he got a big job, like he went through the government, and you know government has so many protocols. So for him to manage to overcome all those protocols and come up with this kind of work and have that freedom of expression in this manner, that was a big achievement. So we can see this is one example. And then number two, community engagement. Like the other day when we went on a tour, and Wajuku artists, there are these kids who work in the slum, and most of their content is inspired by the community around them. And this is something communities, when they see their artwork, they can relate with such things. And that's the beauty of graffiti, because they are always relatable to the surrounding. I think in hindsight, that is the rule, that it has to make sense to the locals so that they can interact with it. So that would be a good potential to transform, to use AI to transform the perception of graffiti art. And then collaboration opportunities again. Because of time, I will not discuss, but it's just the same example where a student was able to do such a work with a corporate and a brand, and then the community was receptive to it. Next slide. So we looked at also what the future of AI could be in Nairobi. I used AI to generate this photo. This is actually, I asked them to I asked AI to give me a futuristic version of the landmark of Nairobi, that's Kenyatta International Conference Center. The round building, if you just look out here, the round building, and this is what it gave me. I was a bit torn apart, I don't know, it didn't reflect some cultural aspect, which is good because now it tells us that the way AI is so, let's say, there is no cultural or there's no African dynamic in AI, which creates a gap and which creates a challenge, yeah? And this is good because it means we need to do more work. So it brought that to my attention, yeah? And also, when I was doing several, because I did several, I realized maybe we should train AI to understand, I guess, African perspective a bit more, yeah? So this is why we had these future directions for AI in graffiti. What are the long-term implications or long-term impacts? How would an AI graffiti art look like probably in the next 5 years? I'm not thinking over 100 years, yeah? So we wanted to explore the long-term impacts of AI on artistic movements, because the good thing about nowadays is we can easily collaborate with many artists together. And the few graffiti artists we interviewed actually were receptive to AI and they wanted to explore this area. And unfortunately, most of these graffiti artists, because of the anonymity, they actually don't know each other. Yeah, and most of our interviews were through phone call. I contacted them through IG, and they still wanted to remain anonymous. So you will not even see who they are, yeah? So at least if we have this merger of technology and their art, I think it will create a new, different dynamic. It will create a new level of interaction and a level of creativity, because different artists now have an opportunity to come together and come up with something new, and then with the help of artificial intelligence. So ethical implications. You know, this graffiti art, it's hard for someone to prove that this is my work because you don't know them. And even if they show you the work, you'll not believe them because you've never seen them. You just know the signature. So this is an area that also needs probably further investigation or further, I guess, research and things like that, because even our government doesn't know how to go about patenting such work because it is considered vandalism. And then collaboration, again, and innovation. You know, just imagine people in areas like augmented reality, gamers, development, working with graffiti artists, because now it can translate to anywhere, yeah? So that would be good, something good to consider for the future. Next slide. So I thought I would end this slide with just giving a visual, because it's visual culture's perception of what this futuristic ideology could look like. So this was an African pattern. AI generates intricate and abstract patterns. So I was just using prompts to see what would come out with, something from my head and putting in the prompts and see what I could come up with. So I'm someone who uses ChatGPT a lot. And I was just telling AI, based on what you think about me, if I send this prompt, what would you bring? So I just wanted to see if it has captured my personality or something, an aspect, and this is what it brought, and I liked it. And then the next one was realistic portraits. Maybe, I don't know, I just wanted to see, you see, I feel like if I look at that lady, she kind of looks like me. So I also wanted to figure out how this would look like and how this would come out, and in relation to graffiti and the marks on her face. It was just an experiment. I was just playing around with AI and to match with that futuristic aspect of it and how it would combine with bringing graffiti into such a level In Kenya, we've not reached this level. I've not seen graffiti portrait at this level, unless they have seen it. Personally, I've not seen with this level of realistic. Have you seen? Because you look like you're doubting. Have you seen? That is good. You can show me. Next slide. And then interactive graffiti art installations, that is something that would be good. Just imagine going to an exhibition or going to, an exhibition that has an art installation, and you're being asked to take part, and then you become part of the art. So you consume the art and then you become part of the art. That is what I was thinking. So it covers interactive elements of AI, and then the audience engagement, which gives human touch from an artistic point of view, inspiration, and then an experiencing or experiential point of view. So you end up with dynamic displays. I think, is that the last one? That marks the end of my slide. So in conclusion, what we came up with this research, I just want to give a one-liner about the conclusion. So we demonstrated that digitalization of graffiti art is not a new phenomenon. It's just that, unfortunately, thing is, Africa always is like we wake up later, but somehow now we're just playing catch up, yeah? But we are going to catch up. We always do catch up. So this application of AI has been proved beneficial according to our research and findings, even as it posed some challenges. So the adoption of AI in graffiti art is part of the larger concept of digitalization and can lead to increased efficacy, creativity, and engagement in Nairobi City. That's the end of my presentation. Ask simple questions. In fact, don't even ask questions.
Jackie, many thanks for your presentation. I would like it to see the graffiti in the city, in Nairobi. For me, I was wondering, why do you think that the AI-generated graffiti is more accepted? I don't know this, but maybe you can help me.
So, okay. So, like I explained, I'd explained earlier that most of the artists behind graffiti art, it's not like they come from appealing neighborhoods, yeah? And we just thought that if we add that element of tech or add that element some urban feel, it would be more inclusive. Because right now, if you tell anyone, if you ask anyone about graffiti art, you're not going to see it in a, say, middle class, upper class estate. But if you go to the middle class, lower estate, you will find a lot of graffiti art, yeah? So we just thought if we do combine the AI, it will bring in more people and it will change the perception of graffiti in Nairobi. Yes. You can WhatsApp me the question.
Thank you. Mine is maybe food for thought. I don't know what it translates to be. But I was just thinking, the kind of graffiti we get is sort of a tool of protest. So what then would we change if AI, if graffiti is permissible and it's now allowed and you're told this is your space, you're not doing it anonymously anymore, will you still put out the same message? It's just something for us to think about.
Yeah, I think that is actually a good question. But I've always known from experience, once you formalize something and the government takes ownership, you see, you already have the backing of the government, yeah? And by that, we can start by even developing curriculums, developing research, having content based on that. And with time, because the perception changes, even the themes that will come afresh will change because it's something that is already accepted. Right now, they just thrive on that theme that it's rebellion and it's rejected, and probably that's how they feel they're expressing their angst about it. Yeah, so I think, but that is a good thing. We shall look into, Job and I.
Thank you. Who's first? Okay, thank you. Ernst, you were in front of the slides. Yes, good. Is it good evening now? I think so. I'm also a pastor, and when I go to visit a church, I have what's called visiting preachers' beatitude. Blessed are the brief, for they shall be invited back. So I don't know if that makes any sense. I'm trying to be concise. I also have to ask your forgiveness because there's nothing about AI in my talk. I'm research methods. I was a senior lecturer. I'm actually in transition, as it says here, between institutions. So some colleagues actually paid for my conference fee, which was very kind of them. I'm going to become a reader in research methods with Professor Vijay next week. So I'm more into academic writing, training, things like that. So what I've tried to do is make a bridge between my area of practice and visual cultures. So what I've come up with is exploring cultural aspects of visual metaphors in the training of doctoral students and early career researchers. So, set a bit of context, then I'm going to talk about the doctoral student training I've been doing in the last 7 years, give a couple of examples, then I did a little bit of research, a survey with a writing retreat I organized in July, and then some findings, and then a discussion. So, context is there are more doctoral degrees happening in the world. In recent years, they've really increased, but they also have high attrition rates. So, there's a need to train doctoral students so that they don't drop out so much, especially in the area of academic writing. There's a possibility of using visual metaphors because they're integral to thought and communication. Other people have considered visual communication in academic writing and also the use of metaphors, so I'm trying to put the two together. Okay, so that's the kind of the rationale, what I've been doing. So the training I've been doing, it's not just this, but in terms of doctoral students, I've held 11 intensive 1 week training courses in East Africa. I think we've run it 3 times with TUK. Now once was online during COVID, then I've come here twice to hold it. So these have proved very popular, successful. I'm also been running a postgraduate certificate in research practice with doctoral students in a professional doctorate, Doctor of Business Administration. And they had to produce a proposal. And in both of these, I've been making extensive use of visual metaphors. So here's an example of a visual metaphor, cross-cultural one. I don't use this one in my country in the UK, but I use it in Africa. I can see somebody smiling already, getting the point. I think we've seen this today. Africans have time. Maybe we don't keep time. And this idea, it applies on many levels. I don't know, it's not trying to be, say one culture is better than the other. It's saying there are cultural differences, and it opens up a discussion to talk about time management, especially with a doctoral project. How are you going to get everything done, but not disrespecting the culture people come from? You know, cross-culturally quite interesting. This thing's gone to sleep. Can we have, oh yes. Through a hybrid writing retreat that I held in, I was the facilitator of in July. So we had 25 participants altogether, 13 in person, 12 were online. Most of the online participants were from Africa. I think 9 were from Uganda, 1 from Rwanda. For some reason, Kenyans didn't turn up. And I gave them a quiz at the beginning with some visual metaphors and asked them, what do you think of this? What do you think it means? And I got some interesting feedback from them. So not everyone gave me feedback. There were 17 altogether. The people from my institution were very multicultural. I think I was the only English person there. There was one from Northern Ireland, one American, 1 or 2 Indians. You know, there was a variety of cultures people came from. But the African ones were all ethnically African. Yeah, so the images were about. So some were about publication strategy, some were on writing knowledge, and one was more motivational. So this is what they thought. The most memorable image was this one. Yvonne Ngetich. I don't know if you've heard her story, how she almost finished the Austin Marathon, so a few years ago, and she just hit the wall. And I think she was second of the ladies in the race at the time. And instead of giving up, she crawled about 100 meters to the finish line. And just as she was about to pass the line, somebody else passed her, and she came third. But the race organizers were so impressed with her, they said, we're going to give her the same prize money as the one who came second, because she was so determined, so brave. So we found this image really resonated with either the students who are currently doing a doctorate or the ones who had just done a doctorate. They were mainly Asians and African students, and you know, the take-home quote was, "Don't quit." So that was the most popular image. Secondly was the one I already showed you, the dance metaphor, but this was now being applied to co-authorship for publication, not just to the relationship with a supervisor in producing a thesis. Students who like that one. Thirdly is the image I use on my book, which we're launching tomorrow, the bear and the fish. So the bear is the reader and the fish is the maybe the journal article in this context. And bears have too many fish to eat a certain time of year, so they focus on the high protein parts. So that's what the image is trying to convey, that you need to understand reader's psychology. So even though this image was Western, it was popular, and people were from different cultures. Some were doctoral students, some were more advanced researchers, associate professors, and again, the juicy part of the paper was the thing that they remembered from the image. The fourth one is this image to do with peer review, that it's like blind people trying to feel an elephant, so people can say different things and they can still be correct. So that resonated with, how many people was it? 3 people gave that one. So the image isn't exactly African. If you notice the people feeling the elephant, they're all white, they look like scientists. So why does it have that slightly prejudicial cultural view? Yeah, so multiple perspectives for people reviewing your paper. That was again about publication strategy. Okay, so finally, said I'll be brief, the discussion. People generally engaged with the quiz and the one afterwards. So one person said, I don't remember anything, and I'm not really that sort of person. But the other, was it 16 out of 17? They all remembered something. They could all say what they thought about it. And most of them gave what the intended meaning of the image was as the thing they remembered. So it wasn't just the image, it was actually had a meaning in terms of academic writing or publication strategy. So the most memorable images were both African and Western. There didn't seem any particular preference one for the other. And the relationship between the culture on the image and the person responding did not seem to be so important. I was thinking perhaps Western people were quite used to nature programs, so we can connect with these ideas of, African animals in pictures. It seemed like more advanced researchers preferred the publication strategy images over the other kinds. And that image of Yvonne Getich crawling to get to the finish line and how that resonated so much with doctoral students made me think I need to include some more motivational metaphors in my training somehow. I don't know what other areas I could cover apart from just having stamina, but that's what I'm planning to do. So thank you very much. That's the end of my presentation.
Precise and very brief.
That's what you needed. Blessed are the brief.
Any question or remark?
When Dr. Peter Samuels comes to the training, I'm usually in the background and I don't get to listen in for long. And today I was sitting here and he was talking and I was actually listening in. And I just want to say that I think if doctoral students can learn like this, I think it would have so much impact, because especially the technical terms, and sometimes you can get lost in your topic and you end up with too much irrelevant things, yeah? And if you give perception like that, the way you've given it, I think it would help, it will go a long way. Because even when I was doing my PhD, there's a time during the coursework, the first semester, that's when we do the coursework, it was very hard for me to translate what we were being taught. Yeah, and the person who was teaching me, because of my art background, could not relate that with my art background. And so this has also given me an insight, because I am also going into that area of supervision. So I think we'll have a chat so that you can train me on how to make it relevant like that.
Very good. Thank you very much, Peter.
Okay, let me just do it.
But you can just connect three so that
Okay, he can do it.
we can start.
Okay. Sorry about the. Do you have the pen drive?
You can project it from there. You have HDMI.
Okay. So can you? Where will you connect it here or where?
Yeah, just put.
Yes, here.
You tell me when to move to the next slide.
Title for my paper is Balancing AI Tools with Students' Effort in Higher Education, a case of Umar Musa Yar'Adua University. Actually, this research was conducted for the consumption of the university where I work, considering the vision and the mission of the university, because with the emergence of AI tools, we are trying to see how that has effect on the university vision and mission. So I don't think if there is something new which you are not that much familiar with it. So can you proceed? So generally, as we all know that the goal of education is to increase the students' capacity to learn, to provide them with analytical skills, and to increase their ability to deal with new information and draw independent conclusions. This is one of the ways how scholars like R.S. Peter define education. That is the general goal of education, but coming down to higher education, specifically a university level, research is all about enhancing students' quality by fostering critical thinking skills and independent learning through active engagement in the research process. So this is specifically the goal of education at higher level. So coming down to a university where I work, Umar Musa Yar'Adua University, the vision of the university is to be one of the best universities in the world. So based on that, it has the following missions. Number one, to produce graduates who are well grounded in critical thinking skills. Number one, creativity as two. And lastly, who undertake research for societal development. These are the missions of the university. So as I mentioned, with the emergence of AI tools like ChatGPT, that has effect on students' critical thinking, creativity, as well as research. So we are trying to see how these AI tools have crippled the mission of this university. So that's why we conduct this research. Still, you can skip this one. So in order to do that, go to the next page. These are the following research questions that we have. We only target areas of critical thinking, and then independent learning, and also creativity. So for the methodology, we use thematic analysis, that of Brown and Clark 2006, which has 6 steps. So in order to do that, the university has 9 faculties. And from those faculties, we purposely selected 15 students. Our aim is to find responses from the students in these 4 areas: the impact of AI tools on critical thinking and independent learning, and others. Please. So these are the list of the students. We have 15 students from different departments and from different faculties. Some of them from industrial chemistry, business administration, sociology, physics. As I mentioned, there are 9 faculties in the university, so we selected the students by using purposive sampling. So I think, as I said, it's not much, it's something that we are all familiar with it. One thing that we were able to generate from the interview and from thematic analysis, where we are much concerned about generating patterns and things, we found out that most of the students, they now much rely on ChatGPT in doing their assignments. Like some of them, I'm quoting from their responses. One of the students is saying that with AI, I don't need to do a lot of reading to find information or to come up with business plan. By business plan here, the university, in terms of promoting creativity, they are much concerned or engaged in terms of entrepreneurship activities, because they believe that for someone to become entrepreneurial, there must be creativity there. So in doing so, they ask students to draw or to come up with a business plan. So students, they are no longer going for searching ideas, they just rely on ChatGPT to do that for them, as compared by one of the students. And second student mentioned that I stopped bothering myself to read many books, synthesize information. What I need is just to give a command to ChatGPT. And another student also responded that, as a final year student, I solely depend on AI in writing my project. So almost all the students, they are no longer interested in critical thinking, in creativity, in independent learning. What they are doing, they are just solely relying on AI tools to do that for them. So it's like, as I mentioned, the essence of this research is to make the university alert that these AI tools, it has a negative effect on achieving its vision and mission. So we submitted the report to the university, and now the university has to find ways on how to create balance within the using of AI tools by the student and achieving their mission. So I think, in summary, this is all about this research. Thank you so much.
So thank you very much. I think what is really obvious is that none of the 4 presenters used AI for their presentations. Is there any question to the last presenter?
Yeah, I just would like to know how you got your findings, mostly by interviews, or how could you tell us a bit more about your methodology?
Actually, we use interview. We use interview, and as I mentioned, we use purposive sampling, whereby we just selected the students based on purpose. Because looking at the mission and vision of the university is interested in, or is committed in, instilling those features, those characters in students, the creativity, the critical thinking. So we use interview. After interviewing the students, as I mentioned, we use thematic analysis in generating the patterns and the themes. That's all.
Yeah, so my question to you would be, when probably you are doing a literature review, did you find out how other universities, because AI is not just a problem in Africa, so maybe European or American universities, because the students are all the same with 3-minute attention span and using ChatGPT to do their assignments. So how do those people deal with this problem? Or does your university now need to change their policies to allow students to use ChatGPT so that it's now not really a problem of critical thinking or something like that?
I think AI tools is something that has come to stay. It is indispensable. It's something that we must live with it. So most of the countries, as I read, they are just trying to caution the students that yes, it has negativity and it has positivity at the same time. And not only caution them, but at the same time, in terms of creating awareness on how to use the AI tools based on ethical conditions. I cannot say that I read much about the literature, but the concern, what I read is just about its effects, but I didn't read much about how it can be managed or controlled. But I think we are going to do that in enhancing our paper. Thank you so much.
Hello and good evening. Mine is just a little question. I don't know whether I mixed your explanation. I don't know what are the suggestions that you made or the recommendation that you made to the university in order to achieve, to have the balance in between the evil use or the effect of AI and the vision and the mission of the university. What are the recommendations you made that will help the university to balance off?
Okay. You know, firstly, our concern is to see whether that AI tools has effect on the students' critical thinking and creativity, and whether it serves as a kind of blockage to the university in terms of achieving the vision and missions. So when we establish that, it's like now we are bringing the attention of the university to notice, yes, that it exists, and it is like an embargo or a kind of bottleneck that prevent the university to achieve its creativity, the creativity and other missions. So what our concern is just to alert the university, and we did so. Part of the recommendation, we just say that we are advising the university to find means to solve the problem. Because the university before didn't know about it, but now we are helping the university to realize, yes, there is a kind of bottleneck. So the university will find means to solve the problems, actually. Thank you. I think that's all.
No, there's another question. Can I hand over?
Thank you very much, Dr. Walker Sani, but my only is just a comment. So you need to improve this study in order to provide recommendations, but you shouldn't allow the stakeholder or the university to come up with the solution of the problem. Since you are the researcher, you are the one that reviews the literature, you are the one that highlight the problems. So you're supposed to complete your study by providing the recommendations so that the university can implement. Thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you very much. So looking back at this session, I think we had different aspects of AI, the usage of AI. The one is what problems could it cause when you implement it in your teaching or in the learning process. We had another one which is, I think, you could use it as well as a tool in order to improve what you have approached. That's exactly, I think, also what Jackie did in order to use it as a tool. And the other one is more to problematize it and to go deeper into the differentiated aspects of AI. I think this was a wonderful range of different aspects. Thank you very much, everybody, for the presenters mainly, and also for you attending and giving interesting questions. Thank you very much. Have a nice evening.
I want to thank all of you. The day has been really heavy. We have another 2 days to go. Tomorrow we'll shift to the lecture theater. We intend to start on time. So we'll have the presentations in the lecture theater. It's just out here. The exhibition will be set up here for tomorrow, inside here and outside. So all these tables will go away. It will look totally different tomorrow. So let's come early, have the presentations in the morning, and afternoon it's going to be very relaxing. You can dance, you can wear your dancing shoes. We'll have a lot of good things to show you. I'd like to invite the director to just release us. Dr. Bosire.
Good evening. We have been in several groups and we have done well, I can assure you that we are doing very well. Now I've been given a very short and a quick responsibility, which is to release you. Let me release you. We go, we meet tomorrow as we have been advised by Dr. Kidenda. Thank you so much. Have a good night.
Sorry, can I say something?
You have closed.
But it's something I think is important. It's not about the conference. We that we are coming from Nigeria. Use this. Sorry, we are just having a request for the conference organizers. We that we are coming from Nigeria, we are here under sponsorship. And as part of the agreement, as we are going back, we must go back with a certificate for presentation and a receipt for payment. If we didn't go back with that, they must charge us to pay back the money. Yeah, it's true. Yeah, because that will indicate we